Welcome back, guys. I just want to say I am so sorry about taking that break just then. I did not want to. We're having all sorts of we have already had a behind the scenes FOTMFest moment, I'm sorry to say. We're gonna get through it though. I do apologize. Combine both. I'm so sorry about taking that break. Did not want to at that moment. Some behind the scenes controversial stuff already happening here at FOTMFest. So thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for sticking through. We've got our final round closing right now. And I would just like to say congratulations. While it was an insanely hard-fought victory, and the finalists couldn't have been any better or nicer. Whoa, stack attack. So, you guys, it's been an amazing competition, but congratulations, Meadow Fairy. You have officially won the FOTMFest Scene Creation Competition! All right. Now, I know there are a lot of people here who want to see me give this gobdarn tutorial on OBS. You are waiting for me to break down the fourth wall and show you under the hood, show you what is really going on this OBS channel. So, let's have a look back first off at specifically what Meadow Fairy wrote from the beginning. Meadow Fairy wrote this specifically. An 8-bit pixel art landscape. Like an enchanted forest or a sci-fi castle with late 80s games vibes. An option to turn the streamer pixelated in the scene would be beyond epic too. Could also play with stream labels in the style of retro game stats, something like this. Okay, and there are pictures of King's Quest and a really cool picture. Okay, so we are going to begin the scene now. Can I add advanced chroma key to the list? Yes, we're going over chroma key. I will add that to the highlighted list though. Okay guys, so let's begin. First of all, hold on, let me make sure everything is set and we're gonna start this OBS tutorial. Just gonna look through everything, make sure we are all set and ready to go. Okay. All right. So, I am now going to show you my OBS display capture. Here we go. All right, guys, here we go. This is my OBS. let's start from the beginning and make a new scene. We're gonna call it Pixel Meadow. You know, this is something I want to do. So here we are. We have a black screen now. Oh, let me change my title, by the way, before we do this. Before we do this, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me make this official. All right. Hey, Xenocider. Welcome. Can you do everything I do on Streamlabs? I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna make it clear when we approach something that is undoable on, you know, just Streamlabs and whatnot. So, no worries. Okay. All right. Let's go to the Pixel Meadow. So yeah, this is a live tutorial. Welcome everyone. Let's begin. Display capture. Here it is. Okay. So, I'm gonna go over some... We're starting from nothingness. We're here on the blank landscape. And... How do we begin a Pixel Meadow is the question. Hold on, I just want to open some stuff and make sure, you know, nothing weird pops up. Just give me a sec. Okay. All right, here we go. Stand by, guys. Sorry, I should have done this before stream started. I just want to make sure everything is set and ret to go. All right. This part will probably be edited out of the replay, of course, so you're not missing a darn thing. All right, so I've got my programs open. Hey, Hannah Duckley. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so where do we begin with an adventure style meadow? I'll ask you guys, send me a picture of, you know, what you guys think is a good adventure game. Here are the pictures from Meadow Fairy. Good examples. You know? So I could do a scene even using these images if you want. Or we could go for something a little more specific. So I'm gonna ask you guys, do you have any pictures of a cool adventure game scene? What happens if you what happens if you do a good old Google search, I wonder? Hey? Let's have a look. What do we see if we Google adventure game retro? Let's see. Basically, the idea is to put Meadow Fairy in an adventure game, right? So I'm just looking at influence, inspiration. Some great stuff here. A lot of non-adventure games, of course. Maybe something will jump out at me. That's what I'm thinking right now. Like this. What's this? Okay. Cool. Cool. Aha. Aha. That's nice. I like that. Interesting. Very interesting. Wow. I really like that. Oh, wow. Okay. I like the UI. I like the idea of that at the bottom. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. That's aesthetically, stylistically, that's the move right there, right? Pastels. Ooh. Ooh, that's a nice picture. That's a real nice picture right there. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, that's great. Not quite pixely enough. Okay. So there are definitely... There's some good stuff all in here. Okay. Okay. This is what we're going to do, guys. Oh, we have a link from Stu Pants. Let's take a look. Chrono Trigger. Yes. Outlaw Star. Let me take a look at this one. Kirby versus Dino Blade. Wow. Look at this art. I'm only switched off because I don't want to oh my god, look at this. I don't want to like accidentally click something bad, so just let you know why you're not seeing everything. Look at this. I mean, that's Hyper Light Drifter, I think. I mean, that's just amazing. All right, we got from Fenice. Oh, another great one from Fenice. Look at this. Look at that. Shoot. That's some stuff right there. Okay, why can't I click this link from... There's another good one from Ace. Some interesting stuff. Ooh, that's a meadow for sure right there. That's definitely a meadow. Okay. All right. So we got a lot of good ideas coming in. It's good idea overload, actually. So let's try to rein things in, guys. I got like 50 open tabs right now. Let's rein things in a little bit. Okay. I'm going to start deleting tabs that don't look very field-like. And I'm going to start saving ones that I really like. And we're going to start dropping them in. All right. Hey, Moy Bara, welcome to FOTMFest. Welcome to FOTMFest. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're just going through some stuff here. We're just going through some stuff here. Looking at a lot of ideas. A lot of ideas. Going through a lot of tabs right now. A lot of tabs. Stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to get through this. We're going to get through. Who's drinking? All right, guys, how we feeling at FOTMFest so far? Are we having fun? You ready to do an OBS breakdown? We're starting from scratch now, guys, so... Okay, let's... Okay, so at this point, we've got a couple options. We can either make something, like really go in depth and make something with a background. And for that, I would say you're going to have to use something like Photoshop or After Effects. I use After Effects, but if you can edit a picture, and the most important thing though, there are free editors. Here's the important thing you need to know. You need to be able to take the background off by using the pen. You have to be able to cut stuff out or take backgrounds out. That's what you need to know, okay? All right. So... let's have a look here at... I'm going to open After Effects, okay? Hey, Bam Ranch. Wow. What a name. Right. What I'm going to do right now might look complicated and insane, but you can ignore this part. If so, just sit back and relax and have fun, all right? I'm going to open an instance of After Effects, and you'll be seeing what I'm seeing in just a second, guys. Stand by. All right, I'm going to start dropping some pictures. Wait. Hold on. Okay, we're going to drop some pictures in here. Pictures. All right, pictures. We are saving the pictures. Lots of pictures being saved right now. Haha. All right. I'm just saving pictures that look good to me, guys. That's all I'm doing right now. I'm not showing it, but just stand by. You're gonna see stuff up close and personal soon. Okay, just like you guys sent a lot of links. Just stand by. We'll get through. We'll get through this sucker. Okay, here's some good ones. Like that. Okay, all right, guys, just stand by. We're almost there. I know it's been a lot of waiting, guys, but we're gonna have 4 days of insanity together, so no rush. Okay. So, let's get our display capture back. Where is it? Here we go. Whoa, hi. Look at the royalty. I clicked it. I looked. It's good. I saved that one. It's good. I'm looking at many links. I promise. I'm looking at many. Hey, Reaper. How's it going? Welcome. Hey, Low Pitch. Yes, many links. Many links being captured. So here we go. We're going to open up a round of After Effects, okay? So here we are, After Effects, and we've got some pictures here I'm going to drop in, just ones that I thought were nice. So you're going to go to Composition, make sure you pick the preset that is the size of your stream. Like, you know, 1080, probably, right? Let's do 1080. What are you streaming, Meadow Fairy? 720, 1080? Is it 7? Well, let's do HD. We'll do full HD, whatever. F2, 1080. Okay, great. 1080. We'll do 1080. So here's what we've got. And you know, it's pixel, so I know you lose quality when you make stuff bigger, but it's pixel, so it doesn't really matter. So we've got a house. What else do we have? And I know for a lot of you, you're probably like, this is way too complicated. This is insane. I know. Don't worry. If you don't want to do this, I'm going to address that later. I'm going to skip this step. But this is for people who want to go real deep, okay? What's this? This was a fun one. That's a nice one. And what's this? It's like a field. Oh, wait. That's like a real field. Get out of here, you real field. How'd that get in there? And then there's this one. This was nice. Okay. Didn't I also have that pink one? Hold on, let me check on that. That's a real field. I know. That's messed up. How dare... Roar! Okay. Alright, let me try this again. This guy. Remember this guy? That was a nice picture. Let's get this guy. Alright, so... So... Which one of these makes me feel like I'm there? You know? Is it this one? This one is really nice. That one's really nice. This one feels a little... I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm feeling that floor. This one's kind of generic. I like this house. I love the house. Alright, so this is what we're going to do. No matter what editing thing you're using, After Effects, Photoshop, whatever the paint, you need to be able to have a transparent background. So first up, you get yourself this pen sucker. And we're just going to outline this house. Wait, what's going on? Nope, not a shape. Not a shape. I hate when that happens. Not a shape. Get out of here. I have to click and make sure it's the right one. It's this, yes? Okay. This. I want to edit this. Not a shape. Thank you. Okay. Undo. Just fucking, you know, outline. It's tedious. No one promised this wouldn't be... No one said this wouldn't be tedious, guys. There are tedious parts if you want to... hello? Oh, Space Monkey. Hello, Space Monkey. Hi. Alright, so we're getting tedious, guys. We're getting real tedious. I was going to include the fence. F the fence. We're going to leave out the fence for this. So, yeah, we're just going through. We're just going through. Boop, 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 doo, 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 doo. We're carving out a house, you know? We're carving out a darn house. There we go. Make sure, you know, I'm using the scroll. You can scroll to zoom in and out on After Effects. I don't know what it is on Photoshop or Paint or whatever. But this feature is nothing special. It's just the pen. Whatever you can find that has the pen tool, just find that pen. Just give yourself a good old outline there. Oh, I hate when you got to put your mouse in the middle and then scroll in. It's kind of annoying. All right, here we go. Boom. Done. We've got a house. Okay. We can take the background away, and as you can see, we've got a house. So when I look at this house, this is what I think. First off, it would be cool if we could get the door to open. Not okay, you know what? Maybe not the door. How about you appear in the window? Or the door could be open already. Okay, let's... You know what? Instead of having the door open, that would be a little bit advanced. I don't want to slow down too much right now. I'm going to show you how you can easily add windows that you can look out of. So let's say you don't want to go through this whole process of cutting it out, and you have a picture, and on your picture, you just want an area where you can, like, look out, right? Like a building you can look out. Just go here, and you're going to add a layer. Going to add a green layer, solid green. Just pick a nice green hue here. Something the computer can easily detect. And you've got green. Now make a square, carve a square out of that. However you can make a green square on what you use. And just start making some green squares. Okay. There's a little bit of an edge here. So, I mean, there are different ways to go about this, but you can use the pen tool if you want. Control D, duplicate. And we're just going to make another one. Make another square that lines up with these pixels. Now, guys, if you're watching this and saying, "Oh my God, I'm not going through that. This is too much for me. This is too tedious." Don't worry, I'm going to show you what to do if you want to skip all this and you just want to use something basic. You've got an image, you've already got an image, you just want to be on the gob darn thing. I'll show you how to do that after this, don't worry. Okay. That's an awkward square. Now guys, I promised an OBS tutorial. I didn't promise it would be exciting. So if this is Resident Sleeper, feel free to come back on another event of FOTMFest. Alright, as you can see, we just made a green screen window. Boom. We have a green screen window. So we've got a green screen window. Let's start with this. Let's start with this. We're going to go to composition, render. Hold on, let me make sure everything's cool here. You know, sometimes you click this stuff and something weird pops up. Okay. We're going to save this as Faye. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I'm just doing some protecting my stuff. I don't know what, sometimes you click on weird stuff in After Effects and who knows it's going to pop up. All right, so this is what we've done so far. We've cut out a house. Uh-oh, whoa. Don't do that. Undo. Oh no, what did I do? Undo. There we go. Ay, lock that down. Let's lock that. Let's lock these all. Actually, you know what we're going to do instead of locking? You see this little swirl here if you're using After Effects? I'm pretty sure Photoshop is the same thing. You can tie this swirl to that layer. And now all four of these will move in unison with this layer. There we go. Aha! All right, so we've got a house with green windows, and this background, you see how there's spots? Now there's like, that means it's transparent. Don't you hate it when you think you're getting a transparent file and it has this background, but all it is literally this background? I hate when that happens. But no, this is legitimately a transparent background. So we are going to go to our render queue, and we're going to choose, make sure when you output, here's the key to outputting transparent backgrounds. Make sure you do this. Make it a PNG. A PNG, I repeat, a PNG with plus alpha. I know this might sound basic, but I had to do a lot of Google searching and annoying troubleshooting to figure out why won't this thing why won't it come out transparent? It has to be a PNG. It has to have plus alpha. It has to have plus alpha and it has to be in PNG. Click OK. Hit the render button. All right. Boom. We have rendered a house. Okay. Now, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to find that file where I saved it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. And we're going to drop it in. Boom. There it is. I just dropped this transparent file right into, right in there. So, all right. So that's a big part of the process. We've got a house on a black background and there's nothing. Hold on. Give me a sec. All right. Stand by, please. Stand by, please. One sec. Why isn't this working? God darn it, I hate when this stuff happens. Is that okay? I think that's okay. Okay. Now stand by. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Just making sure everything is oakley dokley. Okay. Right. All right, here we go. Now, we've got our house. We're going to go to add source, videos, capture, the camera, of course. And here I am. Okay. Hey, Killdeer Studios. Enable TCP/IP. All right, so let's get rid of the display. Oh wait, no, you have to see that. Okay. So here we are in OBS, right? Let's turn off chroma key so you guys can see what this really looks like. Okay, so green screen. Long story short, when you've got a nice well-lit background like this, you go to filters and you go to plus, you go to chroma key, and you turn it on, and boom, now I'm transparent. And now that I've got this, I'm now a floating entity here. You hold Alt to trim off anything bad off the side you don't want people to see. Get that out of there. And now I can resize myself here. Whoa, now I'm this... Hello, I'm a floating entity. And I know I skipped some stuff here, but don't worry, I'm going to retrack and go back for people who are like, whoa, 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 hold on a second. Green screened. Don't worry, we're going to go back. I just want to show you this real quick. So, you remember how I just added that? Well, we're going to do the same thing to the house. We're going to add the house on top, and it's going to get a filter, and it's going to get chroma key. Bam. Now look at those windows, baby. Oh, and looks like even more green got taken out. So let's down. Oh, I should have changed the color. I should have changed the color of that thing before we exported it. But let's see if we can get rid of just that. Can I? There we go. Just turn down that similarity. Now we've got a house and we've got me. So let's try this. We've got a house and we've got me. What if I make myself really small and put myself here, and I make sure that the house is the layer on top of me? Now I'm in the house. Boom. I'm in the house. I'm in the house. Hi, guys. Hi. Now, let's say, you know, you're like, wait, that's too far away, too small. Let's blow things up. Let's make it a big house, okay? Let's make it a big, big house. And let's get that camera file and go on in there. And hi, I'm in the house. I'm in the house. But maybe you're saying, wait a minute, what's all this stuff down here? Okay, you hold the Alt button. Hold that Alt button and you trim that on up. You just drag. Hi guys, I'm now in a house. Richard, this is the day. All right, so let's take a look. What else did you guys send me? Let's take a look at these great pictures. Which one was it that I liked? I think it was this one, right? Yeah, look at this. Now, just make sure that that is the bottom layer. Do you guys see these layers down here? Make sure, this is what it's all about down here, layers, guys. See these layers? Make sure this background is at the bottom. The next layer is me, that camera, and the next layer is the house that we cut out in After Effects. All right. So, essentially, this is a starting scene. This is a scene that we can work with here. Now, let's say, let's go back on this whole green screen thing. Let's just put me in a field. Crop that top. Let's just put me in a field. All right. Now, what's wrong with a scene like this? You could have a scene like this. Let's say you don't want green screen. Let's turn it off. Actually, you know what? Let's not turn it off. Let's rip the darn thing down. Let's say I don't have a green screen. I have a black screen. I just have a black background. Rip it down. Here we go. We rip it down. We rip the damn thing down. That's right. I just ripped down my green screen. Now I've got a white and black wall. So here I am. Oh, by the way, you're probably asking yourself, wait a minute, there's still stuff green screen. What's going on? Well, let me turn it off completely. Where is it? Chroma key off. So you're saying, wait, but yeah, my chair is green, okay? What is this? What is this on my chair? It's quite simple. Look at this. See this little guy waving his arm around? That's a hand. It's a green screen suit. I've taken a green screen suit and I've put it over the chair. See? This is the suit. The hands go over the arms and the legs go down the back. Also, I've got a little table here that I've also greened out. Doesn't often get on camera anyway, but if in case it does, it's where I have the soundboard and stuff. This will get keyed out. And okay, first let's talk. Let's say you don't have a green screen background. You don't want a green screen background. This is what you want. I know I've got some green still in the background. You just want it like this. You just want to be in your own real room. Just like this. You don't want to bother. Okay? So let's again make sure that house is on top and turn it on here. And let's make it really big so we can get a good example of this. Let's make it just huge. Again, it's pixel. It doesn't matter if you blow it up. You're not going to lose quality. Now, as you can see, even though I don't have a green screen, my room is now in here. Hi, guys. I'm in here. Hey, Yonderino. Hey, Ace. How's it going? So, there you go. Now, let's go back to green screen for a sec. Let's turn the house off and just talk about me. Okay? Now, I want to talk about lighting, okay? Lighting is everything. When it comes to now Richard Burnish, this guy has incredible lighting. I'm a lighting novice. All I know about lighting is how to get the job done. But but I'll talk about lights. Now, there are a lot of light options out there. And there are all different ways to light things in a cinematic way. But what I do is I focus on getting the background lit. And I'm going to show you an example here. Let's put this screen back up. Let's get the screen back up. I know I've sabotaged the set, and it's a total wrinkled mess and disaster now. Well, let's pretend you want a green screen. Now, look, if you're not using a green screen, knock yourself out with lighting. Look, I'll turn this light off. Now it's even more cinematic, you know, like you get like a half and half thing. Even turn this one way down over here. If you're not using green screen, I mean, this is a whole nother subject, but you can get real crazy and dramatic with your lighting, you know what I mean? Like, you can get yourself a little mini portable light like this to all of a sudden make yourself look real crazy up close, and it won't mess with your background if you keep it in front of you. That's something I do. These things are great. You can do all kinds of weird, that's just a natural effect. I looked insane right there, but no, it's just real. It's just a real light. Or, you know, look how dramatic you can get. Up lighting, hang it from the ceiling. Look how dramatic that is. These are the benefits of not using green screen. If you use green screen, you can't do this. It's honestly, when I tell people about, when they say, wow, how do you get good scenes and stuff? And they're like, oh, I got a green screen. Don't bother. If you're not like ready to get real into green screen, look how much cool stuff that you could do dramatically with, you know, and then you don't have to worry about crazy lighting and white balance and all that stuff that messes up green screen, which I'm going to go over in a second. But look at all the cool stuff you can do with simple lighting without a green screen. This is the freedom of not using chroma. If you use chroma, you can't do this because, well, I'll show you in a minute why. The lights get all messed up unless they're very well lit. Okay? So, let's move on and talk about that chroma key. So, let's keep this, see how it's all dark now? Let's keep this dark lighting and see what happens when I put the chroma key back up. All right, where is it? Where's the edge? Right there. All right, got that one. Whoa, whoa, doggy. Be careful, guys. Don't go tumbling. Don't go tumbling when you're dealing with the screens, and make sure they're... Whoa! I almost just tumbled. I almost just tumbled. Whoa! I almost just tumbled while saying don't tumble, which would have been an awesome clip. Oh, that would have been great. I wish I had tumbled while saying don't tumble. Okay, so... as you can see, I now have green screen behind me. Let's see what happens when I enable chroma key. Hey, Graceful Bard. I'm going to turn chroma key on. Let's see if it works. Okay. It worked better than I thought. But as you can see, we got this. And if I start doing this, I start going invisible. The background gets messed up. Doesn't work quite as good. Does not work quite as good. So, as you can see, this is why we need to get, if you're using a green screen, you don't have the freedom to do whatever lighting you want. Your artistic lighting is limited. I mean, there are definitely ways around it. There are definitely things you can do about it. But let's get this light back on right here. All right, now I turn that light on. You see immediately I turn it away. And now we're going to get it back over here. And as you can see, the chroma goes right away. It gets much better. All right, one sec. All right. So, yes. Yes, preventing shadows. As you can see, with the 2 lights now back on, the background is keyed as heck. I want to show you something else, though. What do I do here? Okay, so I want to show you something. When you look at my camera, filters, right-click, filters. Let's look at my camera line here. This is my chain of effects for camera. You'll notice this is my chroma key. This is my main chroma key. And you can see the difference there. Now, if I turn off the very first thing in my chain, you're gonna see that I'm super gray. Because this is what it looks naturally through the camera I'm using. The camera I'm using shoots super raw and just flat. Like, this is what it looks like. So if I want a chroma key, it's not really gonna work. This is what happens when I put chroma key on my natural feed. Even with the really good lighting, still not keyed. So I go to filters and I put on saturation boost. I just add saturation and contrast, and then I get this. And that's before the chroma key, guys. Not after. Before. Okay? So by boosting the colors, now my camera can way better decipher the green and key it out. I have another chain here after. This is without. So again, this is what my camera looks like with absolutely nothing on it. Like this. This is my camera with nothing on it. It's very flat, raw, and this is just how some cameras are. If you're using like a Logitech webcam, which is what I used to use, they're all different settings, and the main one is white balance and exposure. I'm not going to go over that, but give it a right click and mess with your white balance sometime. All right. So let's get back in there. Right click filters. So as you can see, I've got my pre-green booster, and see it's like super saturated now. Then I've got the actual keying, and then after the key, this is like my color correction, my actual color correction. This is, you know, this is with adding brightness and contrast, and I take out a little saturation, you know, to equalize it because it's getting kind of oversaturated pre, and then I take some out post. I'm using a Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 4K. So while you guys are casting these spells on me, I'll show you this chain real quick. This is the one that turned me into a ghost. This is the one that turned me red. This one turns me invisible. And that's the crop. And this is the example chroma key that I did before, just to show you guys how to do it. Okay. So as you can see, we've got the pre, we've got the chroma key, and we've got the post. So we're adding green, we're taking green away, and then the last one is just, you know, this is what it would look like if I didn't do post color correction. I would look very dark and flat, and this just isn't a good look. So, you know, you add yourself right click, filters, plus sign at the bottom. You add yourself a color correction. I'll add a new one right now just to give you guys an example. See, I'm really dark and flat. The gamma can help, though I don't really like messing with that, but turn up that contrast. Contrast usually makes it better, but sometimes, though, don't forget, and I'm going to get into this later, sometimes you got to make yourself look worse, or you have to make a scene element look worse. It's not always about looking better. It's about making the scene look real And sometimes if you look too good, or something like you have a barrel that looks too good and it stands out, and yeah, Richard Burnish, I'm sure you could actually do your own OBS tutorial and just wipe the floor with everything I'm teaching right now. So guys, don't take everything I'm doing seriously, but you might pick up a nice little trick or two. But yeah, sometimes it's not always about making it look better and nicer. It's about making it look worse. And sometimes you got to turn down that contrast to make something blend in better. I'm going to turn it up though, and we're going to add some brightness. And look at this. Do I want to be a little more like this or a little more green? What kind of skin tone do you have? Do you want your skin a little more yellow, green hue? You know, that's what that hue shift is. I'm going for, you know, right down the middle. So let's just set that back to 0, because my coloring is already pretty good because I have it all set up on the camera. I can't show you that, unfortunately. There's a decent plugin that works well with CCing flat footage. Stream Effects is some color timing controls. I will give you some color controls tutorials. Oh, interesting. But yeah, here we are. This is like a post. You know, you can make yourself more colorful and intense, or take away color with saturation. Just get it looking right. Let me see if I can get myself looking right on here. Let's see. That's too much contrast. Let's try that. Brightness. Looking kind of crazy, actually. I look weird. Not sure why. How's that? Oh, by the way, if anyone's wondering about this, what this looks like without the key. My eyes are green, okay? These are, wow, look how red my skin is now. That's not good. Skin tone is important, right, Richard? Richard is actually professional and would probably tell you skin tone is like key. Those are the eyes. That's what they look like unkeyed, if anyone was wondering. I'm starting to get these lines. See how there's like lines in the background? That's like, it's too saturated. There are a lot of issues with this image right now, but I'm kind of just messing around and showing you. You could sit there for days and days tweaking these things, tweaking your lighting, the temperature of your lighting, just trying to get this right. I know I have my my color correction off, but I'm doing a new one on the fly for you guys just to show you. Just to show you how, you know, let's see. There seems to be some oversaturation. There we go. I'm going to turn down the saturation, turn up the contrast. That's looking better. Is this? Let's get a little red out with the hue. It's probably better. It's getting better. That's getting better, definitely. I'm looking a little yellow. I'm looking a little Simpsons. I'm a little Simpsons-ish, but it's definitely getting better. And that could even be a thing of like the temperature of my lighting. Hey, Father Mischief. How do I zoom my camera? You mean like this or automated zooms? By the way, welcome. I'm just resizing it on OBS right now. And if you want to have two scenes where like one gets closer, you make one scene like this, and then you make a new scene, and the other one's like this. Hi, this one's a close-up. But yeah, we're gonna go small over this scene. Yes, green contacts. They are solid green too. Solid green. All right, so let's get back in the line of what we're doing here. Let's drop out this new color correction. Let's get on our proper stuff. You guys see how I do it now. So this is what I look like usually when streaming. And yeah, maybe the lighting could be better. It's a little better. I'm a little pale, yeah, but we'll deal with it. We'll figure it out. It's definitely closer. So here we are. We've got keyed out eyes, keyed out background. We're in this world, and we've got a house. We've got a house. So let's get small again. Let's shrink down into a little Carl Delinden. Hey, Psycho Divinity. And let's talk about this house again. So, uh-oh. Where are we going with this? Where's the edge? There it is. Let's make that small. We made it way too big. We got a house. Okay. Let's make this easier to handle. I'm going to trim off some edges by holding Alt and going to the sides so that it's kind of narrowed down to where we need it to be. There we go. And now I can better handle it. Let's say we want it taller. Let's say we want this thing taller. Grab it with Shift and wait, not that. Uh-oh. Wrong one. Grab the top with Shift and you can stretch it out actually. And you know what? Let's flip it. I like it. It's probably better backwards. Let's flip it and make it taller. And let's right click, filter, and again, remember there's chroma key on the house. So we're gonna go right click, filter, and we're gonna add, we're gonna mess with the color of this thing. You didn't know the Shift? Yeah, so Control, I forget exactly what they are. My brain always confuses them. Yes, you can color correct anything. Pink and purple? Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Make it a little brighter, maybe a little contrast. Nah, that's too much. That's a little too crazy. That's a little too crazy. There we go. Let's actually desaturate a little. Yeah, that's better. All right. Cool. So we got a house. See, we stretched it out a little taller. And we've got me. And remember, guys, I don't have to be chroma keyed. This could be just your room. You know, you could have, I think people should just focus on having, like Richard Burnish, for example, like Richard could do anything. Richard is a true wizard of this. But for example, like Richard's backgrounds, he has real backgrounds and they look amazing. Well, sometimes. But man, the lighting, I just feel like can be so much better potentially without chroma key. Maybe it's because I'm so stuck on chroma key for so long. I'm frustrated with it. But sometimes I see people with just amazing lighting that just wouldn't be possible. And just setups in general, like a background or a room, you know, with some real good depth of field that you just can't do with a chroma key. So if you don't have a chroma key, you can just put yourself in the house. Fluctuate. All right, hold on a second. You want fluctuating mushrooms? Let me put myself in the house here. You know what? The house isn't big enough. The house is not big enough. It should be a big house. I keep changing my mind back and forth of how big it should be. Let's get it up like that more. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could do multiple angles. But let's kind of make it look realistic on the ground there. That looks like a good placement, I guess. And then get me more in the window, more visible. Yeah, that's better. You know what? Honestly, maybe just take out these bars here. Could probably just take those out, you know? Probably should do that. So here's the next issue for me as I'm looking at this scene. I'm a floating guy, but the background is outside still, so we need a little room. We need like a pixel room. You guys got any links to a pixel room? Let me see if I can find one real quick. What's this? Pixel room. Looking for a room with pixels. Well, I've got... What do I have? I've got some generic wall stuff. Here, let me drop in a generic wall. So I've got a bunch of pieces like this that I use to construct sets. You never know when this kind of stuff might come in handy, you know? Alright, let's take a look at some links in chat here. Oh, that's great. That's a great one. Alright. Let's try this. Let's make that pretty big so people can see like what it is. And then hold Alt and just start trimming. Hold Alt on your sides. Make it a little bit more the size of the house. You know, a lot of this is thinking about perspective and stuff. I mean, you can sit here and do all kinds of crazy stuff all day. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's great. Oh, that's fantastic. Let me get this real wall out of there. Get out of here, you piece of... Look at this. Oh, that's great. You know, I think the key is you need to see things clearly. Like, I need to clearly see the desk behind me. Can you make yourself pixelated? Good question. I don't think so. Like, I don't know the way to do it, but I assume there's like a plugin. Was just for the room. Oh, we can get more in depth. Make your camera. That's true. You can make your camera resolution small. A shader could work. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna try to keep things basic though. Also, this background, let's color that too. Color correction. Do we really want green, or maybe a different kind of green? That's good. That's cool. Lots of different cool ideas by messing with that hue shift. Let's try that. That's a nice... Hi, welcome to this world. And let's mess with the room in the background too. Why not? Why not? Let's color that sucker too. Hey, Shagstein. Let's give that like a cool... I'm mainly just looking at the desk, you know? Give that a cool like pink kind of hue. Yeah, there we go. So it's all about layers, guys. It's all about layers, all right? You got layer 1 is the house. The top layer is the house. And then there's me. And then there's the inside. And then there's the background. So we started from nothing. We got a background. We've got a fake room, which if you're not using a green screen, you don't need a fake room. You've got a room. If you don't use a green screen, you're essentially, you have this. It's a real room. You're in a real room, so you can skip that step. And then you just put the house on top of you. Yes, the key, Fenice, for making your own stuff like this is learning how to get either add a green square or, yes, Heinrich, how's it going? Welcome to FOTMFest. Either learn how to photo edit adding green squares, which is probably the easiest one, or learn how to cut stuff out. Like, remember when I cut out the house with the pen tool? You get up close and You carefully go around, dot, 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 dot. There are free ways to do that. I use After Effects. There are so many different ways to just cut stuff out or add green dots. Squares, I should say. Affinity is D's for the price. All right. But yeah, the main thing, guys, and okay, let's say, for example, you don't want to do all this crazy stuff. Or let's just real quick look at some examples here. How about some animated GIFs, guys? We all know about adding animated GIFs, right? You look up an animated GIF. Let's see. I'm gonna look up pixel mushroom transparent animated GIF, and we're gonna look at what comes up. What comes up? Make sure you add the words transparent and animated. Pixel mushroom transparent animated GIF. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's so good for inside. Oh, shit. Okay, let's go back and start saving these. Save image as. Save image as. And let's start adding some mushrooms to our fields. Oh, these are great. There are so many good ones. And let's just start dropping those on. Hello. And who else? Hello. That's a good one. If I could get this inside somehow, it's going to be kind of hidden. But if I could get this, let me see, just lower that. Oh, this would be just great. Oh, look at that. That's subtle, but that's subtle. Get a mushroom. Demonoid? Oh my god, is it? And you know what? We got to change the hue a little bit though. So same thing, right click, color correction, hue shift. Let's make it pink and purple kind of thing. I think that's better, more fitting. Contrast up, brightness down. Oh, that's great. Oh, I love that. Let's do that. Let's go Nintendo on it. Where's the one with the leaf? That was great. Where's that one with the leaf? Because that was just amazing. All right. And guys, you don't really need a tutorial for this. We can go on and on here and just... I'm adding these in for another reason though. Can you have a pixel? Oh, this is all for you, Meadow Fairy. This is all you. This is gonna be easy for you to import once this is done. And let's change the hue on that as well. All right, now I have a question, and this is for later on. One thing I do want to do though, I want to get rid of these bars on the window. These bars on the window, they don't help make it look like a better window. They're just blocking your face. I think this would be a much better scene. You know what? Let me do that real quick. Let me just do that real quick. And not that you guys need to see this. I will show you though. Let's have a look. Open up After Effects. Get one of these squares and just drag it over all of them. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bounce this with the exact same specs as everything as the original. Control Z is key. Hey. Same specs, so that I'm just going to go on OBS and go to properties and change source. What are you doing? What's going on here? There we go. Whoa, nope. Yeah, that's better. So that way, when I do a swap, it's just going to automatically take all the changes that the other one had. All right, so let me do that real quick. Render. Just making it more green. And there's nothing that fancy about that. There's so many programs. You could do it in Paint, honestly. You could do it on Paint if you wanted to. You just have to add green squares. I'll be honest, it's tedious to do the outlining thing and all that. I admit that is tedious, without a doubt. But you can also... Here, now I'm going to go to choose the house, right-click, properties, browse, and then pick the new one. There it is. Where is it? Wait, that's not it. There it is. Boom. Much better. Much better. Grump, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bounce it in pieces, but I think it's even better that way because you can put it together exactly how you want it, because Meadow Fairy's background might be a little different, and so I'm sure it'll be easy to put together with all the pieces. All right, so here's the question now, guys. I want to talk about audio if we could. What's this? Oh, I've been sent. Oh, that's beautiful. That is great, Meadow Fairy. And you can already see that once you get it going, you just drag and drop. You guys can already see once you get going, this is fun. Anyone can do what I'm doing. There's nothing. I'm demystifying this, okay? There's nothing fancy about what I'm doing. I'm just having fun, you know? And this is just OBS. This is like a child playing with Legos, just putting it together. Experimenting. So let's talk about audio. Again, do I have the best audio setup? Probably not, but... Whoop, hold on. Hold on a sec. Hold on. But I'm going to show you what I do, if anyone is ever interested. All right, here we go. Uh-oh. One more time. There we go. How am I actually adding them? I'm just going on Google. I'm typing in transparent animated GIF mushroom and finding fun stuff and dragging and dropping. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. No worries. Ask away. Whatever anyone wants to ask away. We're going to get to a lot more stuff, though, so hang in there. All right, so let me show you my audio chain. All right, so we're going to go down here to mic. Click. Filters. Okay. Now let me make sure you guys can see this clearly. All right, here's my audio chain. All right, right off the bat, I've got what I call, well, not what I call, it's called TDR Nova. It is an audio plugin. That is an EQ / compressor, and it's free. Just type in Nova, TDR Nova. Type it in on your, yes, Ubuntu. Type it in right now. You can download it for free. And all you have to do is make sure that that file that you download goes into your VST plugins folder, which should be like in program files. If you have a problem with that, just look up how to do it. Type in how to find VST plugins folder for OBS and install this plugin, and I'll show you how to use it clean off the bat. Okay, let me make sure you guys can see all this. All right, so we're gonna go down here, +, and VST2 plugin. I'm just gonna hit OK. I really don't care what it's named. Then you click Open Plugin Interface. And you're gonna start with a fresh... Where is it? Hello? Okay, let's try that again. Is there a reason it's not opening, or? Okay, let's close that. Let's try again. VST2 and okay, I'm sorry, I missed a step. You go to VST2 plugin, and then at the top, see it says please select a plugin. These are the ones that I have. I've got an ANA synth. I've got some weird stuff. Reverb. These are all free, by the way. Well, not ANA. These are free. TDR Nova, tempo delay. So we're going to open up TDR Nova and go to Open Plugin Interface. We've got a clean EQ. Now, I'm not going to be able to go over the history, and I mean, here's the thing, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. EQ takes a lifetime of studying and learning, but I'm going to show you some basic ways to get some good results. Again, you can go deep on this, but all right, first off, you've got 4 dots here, and these represent sound. Up here is high end. See, right now my voice probably sounds more screechy and annoying, and when I move down, it sounds a little bit more like it's in the middle here. Hi, I'm a radio broadcaster from the 1920s. We got the whatever, and then we move down here. Hi. This is getting really bad sounding and bassy. And down here, we're in the frequencies where you shouldn't be able to hear this. If you can, you might be an alien. Human ears basically only hear between here and here. Up here is like dog frequency, and down here is subwoofer. So you shouldn't be able to hear those very much, and I'm sorry if you're using a sub and I just blew out your system. You could hear it? Oh my god, you're an alien. You're an alien. Alright, so here's the main thing. You want to add high end, and you want to take out some mud, as I call it. Now, this is just in general. This is very, very general, but you can probably hear my voice sounds a little better by taking out this mud frequency and adding a little bit of this high pitch frequency, when if I take it away, probably sounds like I'm in the other room or something. So you basically want something like this. Now, if you want to go a step further, go to your lowest most dot. This is your bass dot. And down here, you can turn it into a shelf instead of a... Wait, what? Which button is it? Is it this one? What the... What am I doing? What am I doing? Do I need to turn up the Q now? What is this? You want to turn into... You can cut all this. You see how when I take away the bass, this sounds like crap, right? So you want to add bass so that your voice is bassy, but there comes a point, which is right around here. It's right around here that you're going to notice that you're not actually adding bass unless you're using a subwoofer. You can take that all off. You can leave that off. You don't need those frequencies. That's taking up so much space. You don't need that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut some mud, and you see how it's really like a general line? There's the knob down here that says Q. That can make it a much more specific line. See how it's much more sharp now? Now you can really go through and hear the difference between these frequencies because it's much more pinpointed. What am I using for voice modification? I'm using this. This is the main thing I use, and it's free. It's awesome. So you're going to want to find frequencies you like and frequencies you don't like, and these are all subjective. For example, I personally hate this frequency right here. I hate it. It hurts my ears, so I give that a big cut. Usually, I give that a nice cut. I usually do something like this. Maybe I'll boost a little more up here. 4 to 5K is pretty annoying. See the 5K right here down at the bottom? This area right here, annoying. Yes, this plugin will work for OBS. It's a VST2, it's free. You want that cut. You don't need these annoying frequencies right there. You want to just get rid of them. And you might be someone, this should work on slobs as well. You personally, maybe you hate this frequency and maybe you want to cut that. Maybe you want to be more like Howard Stern and have a really bassy voice and have this frequency pumping. You could do that. Maybe you hate that. Maybe you want to cut that. This is all subjective and you can get really in depth with this. But what I personally have found is, and Merchant is actually better at this than me, but personally, I get rid of all this low end and then I cut a lot of stuff, like 4 to 5K. I'll cut out a nice chunk there. And I give a little bit of a high boost. In fact, I don't just do it once. Let me turn that off. I do it multiple times. So my first line of defense against frequencies is right here. This is my first chart. It's like reading your chart like a horoscope. You guys are reading my charts right now. This is my first chart. I cut all this. I cut a little bit of mud, and then I cut about 4 or 5K and a little boost here. Then I have a gain here, and you know, this I move up and down. This is like my emergency. Right now I have it high because, you know, I want to be nice and loud right now, but this is like my emergency. If someone joins the stream and says, hey, your voice is way too low or way too high, I usually do it here. Because, you know, when I'm on the fly in the stream, I want to have, you know, exactly what I want with the level up and down. So if I need to crank up the gain, I do it there. Let's see. Here, I've got another chart. This one's got the compressor activated. It's got this thing here. And this, as you can see, when I talk, you can see it's spiking. I added a little bit of a Howard Stern boost down here just to make my voice a little more pleasant. But you can see my voice is smashing this upper part here, and it's automatically bringing it down. So it's doing EQ compression, which is amazing. That's why I really like this plugin. I highly recommend this one over any other. This smashes down any annoying frequencies that might pop up. So it's not only adding goodness, it's taking badness away at the same time. As you can see, if I yell, it's taking it away automatically. Ah! Ah! Hey, Deep Agony! Ah! Yes. So not only am I doing that EQ, I've got that EQ, then I've got a compressor, and honestly, this is not that important. It's just add OBS has a built-in compressor. It just kind of contains it. It's not doing anything important. Nothing to see there. Then I add another one. I add another TTR Nova. And this one is giving me a major Howard Stern boost. And it's cutting out some middle here. It's cutting out some middle. And again, I'm cutting out above 10K. A spike above 10K because I felt that there was something. I watched my VOD one day and I was like, man, there's something hitting weird in that high. And then I put on headphones and I was sweeping. I call it, well, not but they call it frequency sweeping. When you go through and sweep through and you try to find what is annoying you, and you can just, you know, you pull it all the way up to find it and then you pull it all the way down to kill it. So I just was sweeping through like, all right, what is that noise? And then whoop, turned it down. Not all the way, because don't forget, this high stuff, this is all important stuff to sounding clear and good. If you take it away, you're going to start to sound like crap. So this is important stuff. But some of these frequencies, and that's why that this Q button is so awesome, because you can get really in depth and pinpoint certain spikes of sound. Hey, the unknown, did I study it? Not really. And guess what? My final piece, I add another TDR Nova. And this one, this one, I'm taking some mud away. This down here is a mud. It just sounded muddy to me. I don't know. There was just something bugging me about the mud. Let me turn it off. Maybe you'll see what I mean. Does it sound worse? There's just some mud down there. The mud is annoying, especially if you have good speakers or good headphones. Mud and low end can be annoying. So, looks like I also boosted the heck out of my high end here, almost to a crazy degree. But I'm also giving another cut to 4 to 5K. I hate it. What can I say? I want to destroy it at all costs. It just hurts my ears. But this is just showing you how much you can do. And let's again count this. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 TDR Nova plugins EQing, and we're going to look at them one more time before I move on. This is my first in the chain, and then I have the compressor, which is smashing down those highs. Then I've got another one, which gives me a nice Howard Stern. See, without it, I probably don't sound as cool. I probably sound a little more geeky. When you turn it on, you get that nice bass boost, that Howard Stern close-up bass in your voice, baby. And again, crushing that 4 to 5K. And then here, finally, this is more erratic. This is more like, what was I thinking? But I did it anyway, and I like it. Baba booey. So that's my audio chain, guys. Hope you got something out of that. Mainly my strategy, go ahead and download that TDR Nova and start using it. Start experimenting. Go to your settings, and here, let me show you something. Go to your audio settings. I'm going to do it here. It says Advanced Audio Properties when you click that cog, right? Go to Advanced Audio Properties, and here, I have everything turned off. Personally, I don't want to hear myself at all. I don't wear headphones. I don't want to know what I sound like. If you do, when I do testing, I go to monitor only. Now I can hear myself, but it's weird. And now we can get really in depth on messing with the voice levels. So when you do experimentation, you're going to want to leave that on. Go to mic, and I'm going to turn on, this is our experimental one. And I'm just going to do some frequency. Hi. Oh, that sounds like shit. Ooh, oh, right there. That's where it hurts, doctor. Oh, take it all away. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. Oh, that's just so much better. Oh, I'm way low. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. And all the way high, it sounds like shit as well. So it's a tricky game. Let's see. Yeah. Here, let me turn that up so you guys can hear me better. All right. Hi. Ooh, right there. That hurts. That's where it hurts. Ow. Ow. Every S hurts my ears in 4 to 5K. I hate it. So we just cut it dead. And you see, when you cut, you're not taking away the overall audio quality because all this is still there. You're just taking away this. That's it. So that's what this Q knob is for. The Q knob will make it like a mountain like that, but when you turn it all the way up, you get a spike. And when you can spike, you can really, hey, hi, my voice is bassy as hell, baby. Hi. Oh, this is mud. This is mud. I call that mud. I don't like that. Hello. Hi, mud. Hi, muddy mud skipper. Go away. You're gone. You are gone from my life. I'm cutting your frequency forever. Let's see. Before, and after. Hey, but maybe you want this. Maybe you want mud. Maybe you want a muddy, bassy voice. Totally up to you, but I'm going to take it away. I don't want it. I don't want it. Hi. So yeah, knock yourselves out. Go crazy. I'm going to turn that off. And that is basically what I do for audio. One more thing about audio. Let me turn that annoying monitor thing off. That's really annoying. I hate hearing myself while streaming. Ah, that's so much better. That is so much better. Thank goodness that's done. What do you do when everyone in your chat is saying mic muted? You basically start shrieking like a child as loud as you can. And if need be, cram your head in a milk crate and just run into the wall. And okay, one more thing about audio. This is what I do to add reverb. I'm gonna go to add audio source, add audio input capture, just like you're setting up a mic. And I'm going to add a new mic, and I'm gonna call it reverb 2 because I already did this. Now, device, you should have, okay, that's my mic. I'm using the Mixpre. Yes. Mixpre. All right, so now I've got a thing here that says reverb. See that? See, I've got a layer just called reverb in my layers list there. But better yet, you can see I've got it over here too. For some reason it's in mono. So we're going to go to Audio, Advanced Properties, and we are going to Mono. See, it says Mono? Make it Mono. Now, double voice. All right, I'm going to turn off my initial voice. This is only the new voice now. We're going to go to Filters, and we are going to add another one of my free plugins here. Actually, let me turn the monitoring on and zoom out a little so we can all see this better. All right. Let's see. We're going to go here. Turn that monitoring on. Haha. We're back. I hate hearing myself, but we're going to do it for the sake of science. Oh, thank you so much, Father. Father Mischief. I really appreciate that. All right. So you're going to go down here to Reverb, Filters. Okay. And we're going to go to VST2 again, just like you're adding the TDR. Same thing. But instead, this time, we're going to go to, which one was it? Protoverb was the free one I got last time. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not psyched with Protoverb. It's not my favorite, but it's free, and I'm too lazy to get a new one. All right, so it looks like this. And we've got the dry, the wet dry, which means dry is exactly how it was, and wet is, you know, how it is gonna be. So let's turn down the dry all the way. And there's only wet. Hello? Hello? Hi. 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 Hi there. I probably sound completely insane right now because I have lots of reverb. In fact, it's too much. Hi. See, there's different settings down here. Hi. Hi. Whoa! You can probably barely hear me. But guess what? Try this. I'm gonna Now, you're gonna hear that I have just my normal voice. But since I have the wet all the way up and the dry all the way down, my reverb source is now nothing but reverb. So if I want reverb on, reverb off, reverb on, reverb off, you can make a hotkey for it if you want. Reverb on, reverb off. And you can be in control from OBS right here. How about you? You want just a little in the background? Okay. How about this is in your control. Now, is this the best reverb? Probably not. You can probably get better. Let me turn that monitoring off again. Yes, you can probably get better reverb than this. But I like that I'm in total control when I want a lot, when I want a little, when I want none. I don't want any. I just turn it off. And it's pure wet. There's no dry in there, so it's all reverb. So as you can see, they're two totally different things. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to go, oh, I got to turn my reverb off. Let me go to filters. Where is it? Turn it off. Which one? This one? You don't have to do that. You have multiple things down here. And hey, if you want it just for every once in a while, just leave it off. Just leave it there and turn it off. And just leave it off. Don't set a hotkey. Just have it off. And then when you finally want to sound epic out of nowhere, you just turn it down. You just turn it on. And then you turn it off again forever. Do I have a hardware mixer somewhere in my chain? So I have... And I don't want to pick it up because the wire is wobbly, but I'm using a MixPre 6 to plug the mic into the computer. You know, it's like a box like this. This is my out. I use an in and an out box. I would like to use just one, but one of them doesn't work for in, one of them doesn't work for out. So I got an in and an out box. Here, oh, this is my old one I don't have plugged in. Let's say you got this kind of thing right here. Uh-oh, what happened? Let's say you got one of these, right? These have all these knobs on them, you know, up and down, wet, dry, all that stuff. This is all, I mean, I'm not going to get too much into this, but, you know, when you have an audio box, there are some extra knobs and stuff. And on my MixPre, it's one that's made for, like, field recording. Like if you're going to go shoot a movie out in the middle of nowhere, you want to have that field recorder, but it also doubles for, you know, whatever you want to use it for. USB enabled. So you can plug it in on the field. It's pretty great. It's the so MixPre 6, they call it. But any audio box will do. But other than that, no hardware for me. That's all I use. I use TDR Nova, the free EQ/compressor, and Protoverb, also free. But guys, I assure you, if you go and look up free VST2 plugins, you're gonna find a bevy, a plethora of all kinds of crazy stuff. All right, so let me show you guys something real quick before we move on. Let's bring this up here. All right. Let's say we want to do, like, I like this scene. It's a good scene, and I'm gonna give this to Meadow Fairy exactly how this is. But let's say we want the same scene, but a little different, a little closer. You guys want to see me better. You want to see right there in the window. This is what we're gonna do. Now, technically, for just the window, we could just take the house, but we're going to grab, here, let me show you. We are going to highlight the house. Oh wait, these are all, okay, not that. Where's the house? This is the house. We're going to grab the house by holding control. So hold control and click the house. Then hold control, keep holding it, and click your camera, the room, and the background. And if you have an alert box, you're gonna wanna do that too. Now, we've got 4 things highlighted. We're gonna do Control C, just like any other copy and paste, Control C. All right. Let me make sure. Oh, and by the way, guys, before we move on, I need to tell you this. When you've got a scene the way you really like it, make sure you click these little locks right here. I'm gonna lock down the background. I'm gonna lock the Nintendo room. I'm gonna lock the camera. I'm gonna lock that. I'm gonna lock everything but, you know, the display capture, because the scene is fine. If I don't lock them down, things are gonna start moving when I move things on accident. That's not good. All right, back to Control C. Highlight the house. highlight, wait, what is that? That's an animated GIF? Forget the animated GIF. Highlight the house, camera, the room, and the background. 4 things. Control C. Now we're going to go down here. Add scene. And we're going to call it Meadow Close. All right, now we're back to nothingness. Control V. Boom. Everything's scattered, I know. But let's cipher, let's shuffle through it. All right, where's the camera? Okay. Here, let me do another display capture so you guys can see how I do this. All right, so let's say you do this, but your stuff is missing. The house is there. Let's make that invisible for right now, though. Just leave that. Your camera's missing, though. You should have yourself on camera. Okay, so go to right-click, transform, reset, transform. Okay, again, right-click, transform, reset, transform. That's gonna save you so much. I know this might sound like a stupid thing, and it might sound basic, but I can't tell you how much this has saved me when I was like, where is my thing? I have a thing on this scene. I see it there. Where? Where did it go? Right-click, transform. You know the rest. And speaking of which, I'm going to hold Alt. And we're going to trim that. We're going to trim that top. That's built in for my camera. I'm going to trim that. And there I'm more out in the open. So, we've got me. And this is about how big I want to be on the close-up, right? Maybe a little bigger, even. A little bigger. I like this. Just good enough for not close-up, but a medium shot. So, the meadow, that's going to be like a wide shot. This is going to be what, like a medium? You can see me, but not close up. That's about good, right? And let's get that house back turned on. And let's make this way bigger. I'm just going to make it way bigger. Way bigger. And get in that window. Way bigger. So big, we probably don't even need the meadow background, but we're going to have it there anyway. Let's try it like this. Good enough. Let's turn it off so you guys can see what I'm doing. And where's the room? Again, right click, transform, reset. There it is. Now let's make this huge. There we go. And I'm going to turn that off for now just so we can see the background. Again, I don't know where it is. It's crazy that it happened to all 3 of the things that I pasted in. Whatever. Reset, transform, there it is. And let's just make that ridiculously big. We're not going to see it, but we're going to make it ridiculously big. Just make it huge. Make it absolutely huge. Now let's turn these layers back on. There's the room, and there's the house. Okay. So, here we go. We've got all this ready to go. And we're in the house. Right, as you can see. Now you can move this around, make it how you want. Let's see, let's get a little more of the house in the shot. Like, yeah, that's good, like dead center. And maybe even, here, let's compare. Let's compare real quick. All right, so looking like that. So in the close-up, I should be smaller then. This is too big. Should be more like this, I think. Right? Yes. Yes. That's much better. Okay. All right. That's okay, good. Now, I'm gonna get a little advanced. Let's talk about transitions, okay? So, we've got 2 sets. We've got the house in the meadow, and we've got close up right here. And it would be great if we get animated, if we could get these to open. This purple thing's like open up. Maybe we'll do that next. But let's talk about a basic transition. An important one, though. Let's go here. And I want to open up my display capture. You can see this. Right. So, someone's already brought up stream effects. Do you guys know about stream effects? If not, go ahead and download it for free and install it. Unfortunately, this is only for OBS users. I don't think it uses on. It works on. Sorry about that, guys. Hold on, my audio is a little messed up right now. Stand by. There we go. Is my audio better? Never mind, it was the stream elements page. Oh, there we go. All right, so this is for OBS only. Well, actually, no, I'm going to show you for both first. Okay, first things first. Let's talk about hotkeys, all right? Do my streamer friends here, do you use hotkeys? Now, I would highly recommend that you use the numpad for hotkeys. Why? Because this is what I use. And let me demystify this fully right now. I'm going to turn off chroma key. Okay, so this is what I use. It is a green numpad. It was $5. Initially, it was light green, but I put tape all over it to be green. So this is essentially an invisible controller. It's just a numpad, Bluetooth numpad. I chose it because it's green. And I can easily just hold this and switch around like crazy. As you can see. Where did I buy it? I think Amazon. But it's any Bluetooth. I have a little adapter too. I just plug the adapter into USB. I can do the mermaid and transition. I can jump up, do whatever I want. This thing can reach from another room. Now, there is an app, and I don't have my phone here, but there's an app called OBS Blade. OBS Blade is an app where you can completely control OBS from your phone. It's awesome if you have to like leave the room and like you have a scene, like for example, if I have a lore video running and I'm in another room eating and I can see the stream like, oh no, I can pull that up and the same layers that you see on OBS are right there on your phone. You can turn one off, turn the next one on, and the next video starts playing. I don't use it that much though, because there are some connectivity issues. It doesn't work perfectly for me. And if something doesn't work perfectly for me, I pretty much phase it out. I mean, over time, even I'll give it second chances, but it's not on Android. Look up OBS remote control. There are different versions on different platforms that you might be able to find, but I think OBS Blade is on iPhone. I don't know. But the reason I use this is because it works no matter what. Do I use a piss jug? I do not, Richard. I'm so sorry. But I use this because it's a numpad, period. The 0 button is my kill button. If I want you guys to suddenly stop hearing me, if something crazy happens in the background. And then my delete button is mic back on. And every one of these buttons is mapped to a different scene. Also, because it's a numpad, you might know that there's a num lock key in the top corner, just like on your keyboard that you're looking down at right now. That means that you can turn that num lock pad on or off, and you have twice as many buttons. So 1 becomes end, 2 becomes down, 8 becomes up, so forth and so forth. Now let me talk about mapping. Hey Memba, welcome to the OBS tutorial. I'm gonna turn my chroma back on. And let's talk about hotkeys. So, hotkeys. If you don't know, if you're a streamer, you probably know about these. You're gonna go down to settings. Oh, I don't want this to be too zoomed in. You're gonna go down to settings, right down here. And hotkeys, right here. You see? Let me make sure you see that. Hotkeys. Now, this is what you're going to do. I know when you look at this, when you have a lot of scenes like me, you're going to go, oh my God, that's way too much to go through. Luckily, there is a thing where you can search up here at the top, and you're just going to type in switch. And when you type in switch, now you've got the switch to scene macro all here. And you can see I've got some already filled in. Now let me, for example, I'm just going to do randomly. I'm going to make, let's see, Pixel Meadow. Here it is. Pixel Meadow. I'm going to make it the Z button. Just for fun. Just going to make it the Z button. Just for now. I'm going to turn it off in a minute. You don't want to make it letters. I wouldn't recommend making it letters. So here we go. Now I can do whatever I want. I can switch away to the close-up. And when I'm ready, I hit the Z. And we're back. Again, switch away. Hit that Z button. We're back. Now, you're going to want to map these to the buttons on your numpad instead of the Z button. I just did Z because my nums are all filled up. I didn't want to mess with anything, but let's turn that back off so I don't accidentally leave that on. Again, switch, type in switch. Whoops, I misspelled it. Oh, it's a little laggy, little laggy. Do I have all the music on a separate layer? No, my music is coming through on my desktop. So I don't have anything special for that. This thing can get a little bit laggy, guys. A little bit laggy. A little bit stally. Stay tuned. Stay tuned, guys. There we go. I think we're back. Are we back? Hello? Am I back? I don't know. Can you hear me? Hey, Dan. Okay, good. All right, OBS is just stalling. I think it's because I have so many damn scenes. All right, so you're just gonna type in switch. Again, find the one you're looking for. Where's my Z? Where's my Z? There it is, Pixel Meadow, and I'm just gonna turn that off. All right. So here we are, and so that's all right. Now that you see basic transitions, I want to talk about advanced transitions. And unfortunately, this is going to be for people with OBS standard only. This won't work on Streamlabs. But you're going to want to go download Stream Effects. It's a plugin. And let me show you what it looks like once it's all installed. You just get an exe file, you double click it, install it, and then you have your typical stuff here, right? And usually on OBS you get fade, cut, and what else? I think that's it. But with Stream Effects you get all these weird other additions, and you're gonna go to add move, and now you have move. So let's go to move, and we're gonna make it like 300 again, or 500, whatever. Right? Now, let's see what happens. I'm gonna turn this off. I'm going to change scenes now. Let's find out what happens. Whoa! Now I'm up here. Now I'm over here. But now I'm over here. Hi. Now, why is it doing this zoom effect? Because these two scenes have very similar elements. The house is just getting bigger, the background is just getting bigger, and I'm just getting bigger. So the transition of move, it's an illusion of it's getting bigger, but it seems like it's zooming in toward you. Now you can see there are some issues here. There are some issues here with the animated GIFs are like flying away into space, and we can work on that. There are definitely ways to address that, but just as a basic, just to give you an idea of the move transition and the zoom transition, that's it. It's Stream Effects. Go to move, and then you make two scenes that are very similar. That's why I said, remember I said the background is make it huge even though we don't see it. You can't even see the background right now, but make it there so that when you transition, you get that effect of the background kind of getting bigger. And we can improve upon that. You know, I guess I would have the background move a little more like, let's see. See, it's a little more natural now with the zoom. You can, it's just one of those A-B things, you know, A and B. And you go back and forth, you make things different on A and B, see how it zooms differently, and you can get really deep into getting interesting zooms of entire sets, you know, or you can go all the way crazy and zoom in all the way like that, and for some reason That's not working for me right now because my settings are all different because I'm showing you guys how to do stuff. But that's the zoom transition. Real quick, before we go on, I just want to recap right now. And let's talk about what I've really done. Okay? The core of what I've done is layering. This house I cut out on whatever, Photoshop. I added green to the windows so that I could key them out. This is the layer that's gonna make your scene more interesting and more realistic when someone comes to visit. Now, for example, let me show you something else though. And this is also key. Let's say we're gonna make this a scene. Just this, right? And again, you could totally just make this a scene on its own. This is fine. You don't need anything crazier than a camera layer and a background. Or let's say you don't use green screen. This is it, you know? Like, this would be a real room. Let's say this is your actual room, okay? Let's get even crazier now. We've got our background. Let's do a scene where we're super close, right? Like an eye blink scene. You want a real close. By the way, I'm going to go over the blinks and everything. Don't worry, we're going to go over that next. So here we are. I got a super close up now. Let's go back. Let's transition back to the meadow. Boom. You see that transition? And we get, whoa, way up close. Whoa. Whoa. See? It zooms way up close and the room comes with me because that's also way bigger. So as you can see, just one example of what you can do with the move transition. It's an A and B thing, you know? A and B. It's just like in any kind of program where you have A and B and you go from state 1 to state B. And the transition goes between them. Fading, whatever. Lighting is extremely important for chroma keying, yes. All right. So, I want to talk about the soundboard. Are you guys up for some soundboard talk? Okay. Let's get to our close-up. Let's not be too close, though. It's a little ridiculous. Because I want you guys to see my arms as well here. Yes. All right. This should be good. Okay. So, this is what I use. I'm going to unplug it so you won't be hearing it. So I can bring it over here. I use the Akai MPK Mini, but if you have a keyboard that has a USB, you can use anything. Anything that has a USB and MIDI buttons. It doesn't have to be a keyboard, it could be a launch pad, it could be anything. Anything with USB and buttons, you can do this on. All right, now, again, this is all about layers, guys. I created a thing with a transparent thing and put it on top of my room. That's it. This is not very complicated. You know, if this was really my room, you know, this Nest room here, all I've done is I put a green window here and then I put a background. That's it. So I hope this is thoroughly demystified because I'm going to go on to some more complex stuff now. And this is totally optional, guys. If you want to get deep into having a soundboard like I do, with unlimited possibilities, this is for you, okay? If you're already feeling intimidated by too much stuff going on, go ahead and get yourself a snack. Don't worry about this. This is in-depth audio right now. Okay, so this is Ableton, and let me make sure you guys can see. Okay, this is Ableton. And you can get this for free, but if you use the free version, you can't export what you do. But for using a soundboard, you don't have to export anything. So we're going to open a new live set. Save it. No. Okay. We're going to change to session view. And we don't need... all right, so we're going to go to our top MIDI file here. And over here, and this is a great thing about Ableton. Go to Audio Effects, Utilities. No. Where is it? No. Where is it? Oh. Stand by. Where is that darn thing? Oh, here we go. Go to instruments. My bad. All the way over here. It says categories, collections. Go down to instruments. And down here, you have simpler. Simpler is... Well, there's sampler and simpler. What am I using? Do I use sampler or simpler? I don't even remember. Basically the same. Let's do sampler for whatever. I think I'll use sampler. So as you can see, by opening sampler, you get a window that says drop sample here. Okay? So let me go into my files real quick and find a sample. Let's see. What do I have? I got a good one. I'm gonna take this sample right here and drop it right there. Let me turn on my view again. Alright, so I have dropped a sample on this track. And now you can see we get these waveforms here. There's an arrow here. We're gonna move the arrow right to the starting point where you want it. And now we go to zone. Now you see this chart here? This is a chart of all your sound effects. And I don't know if you can see these buttons here, these keys, but when I press keys, you can see they light up. And something's happening already.
I was frozen today.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick one. I'm gonna go with this one.
I was frozen.
Why not? Make this green bar all the way small so it's just one line and pull it over to that bar that you want it on. It's gonna be F2. Now, you might be saying, hey, I'm not getting sound. What happened? Go to scale down here. This is where it gets complicated, I know. Go to scale. You're gonna make that 0. Just type the number 0, enter. Now it is 0 scale. Let's try the button again.
I was frozen today. I was frozen today.
There you go. And let's see, is it release? One of these buttons will be the release. Which let me see. Is it this? No. Let's see, is it this one? No. This one? No. Is it this one? No. One of these buttons makes it so you don't have to hold it down. I can't remember which one.
I was frozen.
Well, anyway. So now we've got one sample loaded in. It's the same process for all of them. And you have all these buttons. Every single key on your keyboard can be used as a sample. I'm going to do it one more time because I know that might sound insane. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of the bubbly. Oh, no, let's do the turtle from Master of Disguise. So again, we are going to drop in a sample. Just drag and drop. And now you can see that by dragging and dropping, we've got two things here. Now I'm going to do the same thing. It's a long line. We're going to shrink it down to a short line, and we're going to move it to the button right next to the one we did before. So just reach in, grab it, move it right over there. And again, scale is 100. Scale, type the number 0 and enter. Now let's see what happens when we press the button. I hear absolutely nothing. Let's crank up the volume. You can see that the waves are getting way bigger now. Ah, okay. So this is a long movie scene. It's a long movie scene with a whole bunch of stuff. I'm gonna move through and see if I can find the part that I'm looking for.
Is he okay?
He's fine.
He's fine, Turtle.
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 Turtle. That's the one I'm looking for. So we're going to put the in marker right there and the out marker all the way next to it. And then we get... All right, still the in marker is not close enough. We need that to be real close. And I know that's going to be difficult, but let's try it again. Still not close enough. Let's get even tighter. That's a lot better. So there we go. We've got 2 samples now. We've got...
I was frozen today.
And...
I was frozen today.
Now, how am I triggering these? Just in case you're wondering. We got button 1.
I was frozen today.
And button 2.
I was frozen today.
Simple as that. Now, the thing that's great about the Akai MPK Mini is you've got all these different things. You got the release and all this crazy stuff. You got this little wheel here. So, for example...
I was frozen today. I was frozen today.
All kinds of weird stuff. You can map all these pads, which are, you know, all my go-tos. You can even have multiple sets of pads. If you hit this button, you got A, and this would be a set of 8, and then you hit it again, you got another set of 8, and they'd be different. So again, you can use anything for a soundboard. I use this because I used to use a launch pad, which was it's just a MIDI with just a bunch of buttons. I switched to this because, well, I had it around, and there's just so much more you can do with it, and the options are just unlimited. And my brain is better at memorizing according to this kind of keyboard than just straight square buttons in a series. I don't know. It helps me remember.
I was frozen today.
Turtle. All right, so there you go. That's the soundboard portion. Let me look at my list for stuff you really wanted to go over. Okay. So, where are we on time? And how's everyone feeling? Are we doing well today? Are we doing well, Meadow Fairy? Is anything... Don't worry. This is gonna be a VOD that you can watch over and over again if this is getting too complex and you're like, whoa, my head's spinning way too much. You lost me at Ableton. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're gonna get through it, and you can watch the replay over and over again. You can watch it in slow motion. What are we moving on to next? We're gonna get to the interactive magic. I want to get to everything else first, though, because that is the most complex, and you need everything else in place for that first. Okay, so let's talk about editing. And by editing, I mean actual editing. Let us open up our display capture and take a look at... I am going to use Adobe Premiere, guys. But again, there are so many pieces of editing software out there. There's so much. All right. There's so much out there. But this is basically how I make the lore videos. This is Adobe Premiere. Here, let me get some footage real quick before we move on. Just gonna look for some footage here. Let's see, what do we have? What footage do I have? Hold on, let me check something real quick. Let's see what this is. All right, so I'm gonna drop in just a clip of a goblin. It's just a green screen goblin, just to give you guys a quick editing example. All right. All right, so this is what Adobe Premiere looks like. I shot this footage on my iPhone, nothing special. I shot it up against this green screen with the iPhone, and you just have a basic clip of a goblin on a green screen, and he looks like he walks, right? He's walking. Just a clip of him walking. So find what you're looking for, of course. Looks like him walking is right about here. And you're gonna use the razor blade. I'm now a razor blade, as you can see, and then we're just click there, choppy choppy, go back to the arrow, delete the stuff you don't want, deletey, gone. Now let's see how we got a big gap here of nothingness. Let's delete that too. And all we're left with is the short clip that we want. And it ends there. All right, you know what? Let's stop. That's fine. We don't have to. But if we wanted to change the end, you know, you can do this and make it shorter or longer. But that's fine. All right, so we got a clip here of a goblin walking. This is Carl Delinden lore. The scene is the yellow goblin is walking in a forest. But you're saying, wait, this looks like trash. This is nothing. All right, let's go on over to... And let me make sure you guys are seeing this. Okay. We're going to go over to effects. Video effects. Keying. And we're going to go to Ultra Key or Color Key, whatever they have. You know, it's all branding. Pepsi, Coca-Cola. All right, and see up here, effect controls. Oops, I added 2 of them on accident. Let's just go to the 1. Delete the extra. Okay, so we got Ultra Key. Simple. You go to the drop. I'm going to click on the green. Boom. The green is gone. All right, let's pull in our background now. I'm just going to go to my files. Let's see. What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Oh, remember that real field from before that I accidentally got? Let's use the real field. Everything comes full circle now. Everything comes full circle. All right, so we got a field. And that's really small. I wouldn't do this. You're going to want to use really high quality footage. Really high quality pictures. Don't use what I just did. Use ones that fill up the whole frame. First, you don't have to make it bigger. You want really 4K pictures. HD if you must. All right, so now you're saying, okay, so you've got a shot of a goblin walking, but it kind of looks like shit still. He's just kind of there. All right, well, first off, things are out of perspective. This is where your imagination comes in, and you really have to imagine the scene in your mind. And obviously, this goblin looks like a friggin' giant right now. That doesn't work. Let's make him way smaller. Way smaller. All right. Okay. So we've got a small goblin now. It looks a lot more realistic. Looks like he's on a field. It's a lot, you know, he's not a giant. That's a good step. But now you're saying, wait a minute. Well, he's all cut off there. He's going into nothingness. Well, let's go into our Google machine or our subscription account to whatever you might have to get graphics from. There are so many resources, just like the animated GIFs we were pulling. Let me just look through my pictures here. What do I have? I've got a bunch of crap. I've got a bunch of crap. What do I have? What do I have? What do I have? I'm looking for a rock or something. I'm looking for a rock or something. Rock, rock, rock. Do I have a rock or something? I don't. Don't I have anything? Okay, you know what we do have, though? You know what we do have? We have our handy-dandy, trusty-dusty Meadow Fairy hut. So let's drop that on and see what happens. Just have another asset in the mix. Just another asset in the mix. Okay. Let me see what you guys can see here. All right. So we've got another asset in the mix here. We've got a house now. And we got a goblin walking. Now I'm gonna move this house. Where is it? Is it this? All right, I'm gonna move this house to a place where when the goblin goes off screen, you can't tell. So let me find that edge point. It'll be right there. All right, so we're gonna move the house right there. All right. Okay, now we've got a goblin walking behind a house. Okay. Now, one thing. First of all, the house has to be way bigger. That looks really strange. Should be more like this, I guess. Let's find that edge point again. And if we want, we could make this a more realistic house or something. You know, you could go to color correction and make it more real looking, I suppose, with coloring. But essentially, we've got a goblin. Now, here's the thing. When the goblin starts walking, he's not really moving, but we know that he has to end here. So when he gets here, we know he has to stop. So we're going to go up here and go to position. And there's a time thing next to it. It says, see, there's like a stopwatch. You just click that stopwatch. And now, while the goblin is just starting to walk, we're going to move him back. Oh, not that. Not that. Hold on a second. Not that. I have the wrong thing clicked here. I got the wrong thing clicked here. Hold on. I have to do the last step again. Let's find that edge point. So when the goblin gets here, we know he has to stop. So we're going to hit the watch. But when he starts walking, I feel like there's more space that he could use. So let's back him up. This is called keyframes, by the way. All right. Now let's see what happens. Now he's running. Now he's running like a maniac. So we have to find a nice halfway point here. A nice halfway point. He's got a nice brisk pace there. And we can speed up how fast he goes behind the house, too. Let's find that edge point. And we're going to do another keyframe. And we're going to move ahead a little bit and just get him to run faster at the end. Let's try that again. Goblin looks around, runs behind the house. This is keyframes, by the way. If you want to Google stuff about this afterwards, keyframes is the keyword. Now, I'm not really going to keep using this. This is just an example. But as you can see, the goblin has some edge problems with his feet. I mean, right there, he's like sinking into nothingness. What you can do, and I'm not really going to get too much into this. But what you can do is you can find yourself a rock or a patch of grass or what do I have? What do I have? Surely I have something. I'm just looking through my files right now. What do I have? I must have something. Here, I'm just going to use this false wall thing here. We're going to drop this false wall into the scene. And again, this is very advanced. This is for people who want to know how I make lore, not streaming. But you guys asked about pre-made editing. This is just an example. We got to put that on top there. All right, so we got this fake wall, and we can use this fake wall as a mask, you know, smoke and mirrors, right? So first things first, we're going to want to behind the house. Layers, it's all about layers. And we're going to want it right at the edge point, so you can still see everything, but not really. And let's stretch this sucker out so it looks ridiculous. But we need it behind the house, so we're going to have to rearrange our layers real quick. This is the wall. And we want this kind of out of the way so we can, let's see. It's the house. We want it behind the house, in front of the goblin. There we go. It's behind the house and now in front of the goblin. All right, so here we have a scene. It's called Goblin Looks Around and goes behind a house. That's your start to a Carl Delinden lore. Maybe he's going back there because there's something. Maybe Gary's back there, or I don't know. Now, if you want, here's one more thing. If you really want to get a little more in-depth with your pre-made editing, you're going to highlight everything. Right-click, go to Make Subsequence. Now, we're going to go to File, New, Sequence. Just hit yes. And now we've got our whole subsequence right here. Wait. Here we go. We got our whole subsequence, and it comes in green. Change sequence settings, yes. Now we've got this, and it's green, right? So we just turned our little scene into one block. Everything that happens in that scene is now one green block. So we can hit play, and you can see everything that we just did is one green block. Why is this helpful? Well, let's say you want to add artificial movement and artificial camera movement. let's go ahead and keyframe again. Go to the very beginning, and we're going to keyframe scale and position. Go to the very end, and we're just going to increase the scale a little bit, maybe 10. So now, well, let's do 20. So at the beginning, scale is 100. At the end, the scale is 120. Now let's see how this artificial camera movement works. As you can see, Goblin looks around, and it's as if we have a camera there zooming in on the Goblin. Now, if you want to go real crazy and do an extreme close-up, which I wouldn't recommend, but you can keyframe to the end and make this your ending camera position. And then it would be like this. Zoom in, you see the Goblin go behind the house. Beyond that, now that we have one solid green block, the first thing you want to do, and I'm not going to do this too much, but the first thing you'd want to do is blend things so that they look realistic. And again, not so they look good, so they look realistic. There's a difference. You don't want the Goblin to look too sharp. If the Goblin looks too much better than your set, it's going to stand out too much. And one thing I can tell you just by looking at this, I feel the background doesn't fit. The Goblin and the wall look a lot more similar. So let me just go to the background here. And I'm just going to add a quick color correction just to see what we can do. Brightness and contrast. There, make it a little more like that. See now if we make it like this, it's clear that they don't fit together. So we need to find that happy middle ground. This makes it clear that it's not a real picture. But if we go somewhere around here, it starts to be more believable to your eye. So I'm going to leave it at that. Just a little bit more contrast. Now let's go back to our green bar. And as you can see, all the changes carry over. But better yet, now that everything is a little bit more blended together, we're going to add a color contrast on top of everything all together. Now, when I add contrast, it affects the house, the Goblin, and the wall together, and that's going to help glue it all together. You're going to add effects now, and it's going to really bring the scene together instead of it being obviously different elements. Now you can change all the colors together, make it dark together, make it more saturated together or less saturated together. And often you want to desaturate. I know our eye says, ooh, color looks nice, but color creates noise, and you're going to want to desaturate everything overall just a little bit. Of course, there are LUTs out there, which are just things you drop on automatically. It looks like a movie. There are free LUTs all over the internet now, but this is a basic view into how to create a Carl lore scene from just a Goblin on a green screen, or you on a green screen, or whatever you're coming up with. And how about this? This is what we're gonna do. I'll change the hue here to be like more like what we're working with on OBS. And now I'll give this to, you know what? Let's key it so that at the very beginning you don't see that edge. I'm gonna give this to Meadow Fairy as an MP4. And if Meadow Fairy wants, she can trigger this scene on OBS. And I don't know, suddenly there's a Goblin walking through. Who knows why? We don't know why, but if she wants, that can happen. Don't forget, an important part of doing any kind of work on any kind of computer is hitting Control S often and early, because crashes are horrible and losing everything is really gut you, and you can just, Here we go. Hey, Winter Sun Anya. Gary is afraid of the yellow gob. Yellow gobs are Mandalorian gobs, not a joke. Keyframes are like automation. Yes, the keyframes is key. So there you go. That's a basic look at how to do offline editing with, you know, pre-recorded content, okay? Let's get back to live now. So we've gone through a lot of stuff so far. We've gone through editing, the moving transitions, the audio, advanced transitions, chroma key, lighting. Is there anything else you guys want me to go over before we head into the main event of what we're going to cover tonight? Thank you so much, Deep Dish Bard. Oh, I forgot. I got to switch back on Ableton to my normal soundboard settings. Which I'll show you guys what that looks like right now if anyone's interested. Not sure if you are. But if you look here, this is what my soundboard looks like. All of these are a list of the samples I have. And over here, we have a chart of where they're located on the keyboard. You can see it's kind of a mess. They used to be more in order, but you know, over time you move them around and then you get kind of a crooked line. But you can see if you look closely, you know, we got a little bit of the bubbly, Final Fantasy, Hell's Kitchen, Toasty, Spoony, Betrayal. And it's an ever-growing list. And sometimes you take stuff off because you got to make space. And even though I have unlimited space, basically, I like to keep it within 2 octaves. You know, when I jump around 3 octaves, it starts to get a little tiring hitting that octave button. But this is what my Ableton soundboard looks like, if anyone is ever wondering. There might be an easier way to do soundboards, and I know they have soundboards for bits and channel points and stuff like that, so you can probably do it better. But this is how I do it, for anyone interested. And again, you can do this for free. By using Ableton for free, you only lose the ability to export, but I'm not exporting anything. I'm just using Sampler. And there we have it. So yeah, as you can see, as I move around, you can see at the top there all the blinking lights, all the different triggers.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I won't talk to you. I will not bother you.
All right. So is there anything else that you guys want to go over before I go into interactive magic? Do I remember where everything is? Yes. And it takes time. And sometimes I will do a soundboard reboot where I will change everything about my soundboard. And then, you know, on those next like 5 days or so, I'm misfiring samples all the time. But when I get used to it, it's very convenient. I know everything. I have the 2 laughter buttons, cheer, the blink. I gotta have blink good, you know. Gotta have blink working good. Hold on. We gotta have blink. So for anyone who ever wondered about the blink effect, and I know this might sound obvious, but people have asked me if I have eye trackers to do the blink. It's very simple. I have a row of cartoon noises right here. I've got that, I got that, I got that, and this is blink, and I just zoom in and I just blink at the same time as my finger moves. I'm so used to doing it now that it's just like a system. If you ever wondered about that, just get the camera real close and blink. That's it. That's the secret to the eye blink. Very simple illusion. You can make it your own. You can make different sounds. Who knows? But there's no special trick. There is no special trick. It's just my finger and my eyes are linked. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Ubuchu. Oh. By the way, my alerts aren't working because I did not put them on these scenes. Whoops. Ubuchu. All right. So, is there anything else? And again, I hope I've demystified scene creation for you guys. If scenes still seem complex to you, if what I just did still seems complex, I'm just going to show you something real quick. Let's start a brand new scene again. Just nothing. Total darkness. And let's just add on, I don't know. This is all stuff I downloaded. Just add that. This is all just random stuff that I have. Nothing special and that. F it. This is what we got, okay? It's not a good quality picture. Don't use it. Don't do what I just did and blow it up. Use a picture that's so high quality you don't have to blow it up. Hey, Alicornia. Look, I'm not doing any editing. Just get yourself a forest and get yourself one of these. And here, let me add display capture. And I just want to show you how easy. I just created a scene that easily. And just, you know, add the camera. Just get yourself some transparent images or clip art. Vectors, they sometimes call them. Vectors, clip art, transparent. Here, let me just drop the camera on here. Video capture device, and there's the camera. If you have transparent layers, you don't need to do any editing. Some people are really good at Photoshop, though. And I would say, hey, just not go crazy with that. Make sure you trim your edges, and even if you're not using green screen, let's say you have a background on here, just go to your layers, make sure you're under that layer like that. Now see, boom, layer. I just made a scene, simple as that. Okay, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I got a background image, which is this. It's a little bit of a forest. I got the background image, right? From the beginning. I have a background image. It's just a forest with a hut. I think I cut this hut out and then I didn't use it, or I might use it eventually for something. But I think I just used this picture for the hut. The background is small and crappy looking, so I wouldn't use this for a background, but the hut I thought was cool. But just as an example, this is my background, right? I found this on Google, just threw it on OBS, drag and drop. Then you get yourself your camera image. Hi, how's it going? This could be anything. And then you get yourself a vector or a transparent layer. And earlier in the stream, when I went into After Effects and I was using the pen tool and cutting things out and making them transparent and exporting as a PNG, all that stuff, people have already done that. There's already tons and tons of vectors and transparent stuff with the windows already cut out. Go out there and find them. They're all over the place. Just do Google, go find libraries with vectors and go through libraries. And this is what a vector is. A vector is this. It's a layer that has, you know, it's not just a solid image. There's something there. There's missing at the top. So when you put a background, boom, now it's two images. So we've got a sandwich right now. We've got top layer and bottom layer, which is the background. And you put your camera in between. This is the core to how I make scenes. This is the crux right here. It's nothing that crazy. It's about getting layers. There you go. Father Mischief just posted a great resource in the chat right there. Hi.clipart.com. Clipart is great. You can find, and I know clipart sounds childish, but you can find really high. This is clipart right here, for example. I know that doesn't look like clipart. This is clipart. It can be realistic clipart. It can be cartoonish clipart. That just means it has a transparent background and you don't have to spend your time cutting it out with the pen tool. There's already a lot of stuff out there. There are trees. In fact, for an example, let me real quick, I'm gonna Google transparent tree GIF clip art. I don't know. Transparent tree GIF clip art. I'm gonna get this. All right. I'm gonna call it tree.jpg. Okay, that's already in use, of course. Let's call it tree.jpg. Oh wait, not .jpg. What is it? PNG? All right, I got a tree JPEG. Better. That's even better. Tree.jpg. Great. Whatever. All right. So I've got tree.jpg. And this is even better because it's not even transparent. But as you can see, we've got a white background, piece of crap looking tree here. Let's get rid of this vector. And let's say this is our scene, right? Let's say my scene is just me sitting in front of this hut. And we want to add a tree. Let me get display capture open here so you can all see this. All right, we're gonna go to the tree. Right click, filters, nice tree. And usually, guys, you're gonna get a clip art or you're gonna get a vector that's already transparent and you don't have to do this. But if you have to, if you just can't get what you want without a background and it's got a white background or a blue background or whatever, green, just gonna go to color key and make the custom color white. And I know that looks sloppy, but you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Crank up that similarity. And let's see what we have now. Now we have a tree of sorts. And here's the key, guys. Here's something I want you to take away from this tutorial seminar. I believe the key to having an immersive feeling set is layers. So if we have this over me, now it's like, oh, hi guys. I'm creeping out of the tree now. That's so much better than if it was, for example, just built into the background like this. Imagine if it was just like this. Okay, there's a tree there. Granted, there's a tree on my set. But when you have a layer on top of you, like maybe you get a clip art desk, you know, in front of you, or like I said, a tree. It could be anything. A rock next to you, a vase. You're gonna want to put it on top, at least somewhat. because now it really feels like I'm in the scene. And you can go even further because, for example, look at the difference between this tree and this tree. If we could get these to look much more similar, let's go to filters. If we could get these to look much more similar, I think the scene would work a lot better. So let's put a color correction on this and make it a little more green with the hue and a little darker. Darkness brings out color sometimes, not always saturation. Saturation is very risky. I would say don't add saturation unless you have to. Usually take it away, but you can make it with gamma and darkness. You can actually make things more colorful, and contrast, of course. Let's turn up the contrast, turn the brightness down a little. Now, see, we're a lot closer. We are a lot closer to actually... Now again, this background is not high quality. I use it as an example, but it's a lot closer to this tree looking like this one behind me. And if we could get those two looking really close, then we're looking at a really immersive set where you're not just sitting on a background like this, you're actually in the background. Maybe it could be a desk, or if you're on a spaceship, like, you know, there's so many ideas you could do. But this is, you know, this is just another idea here. You are Bush, even so much stuff. Again, don't forget, guys, when you make a scene, you see what's happening as I'm trying to figure out what's going on? I'm moving stuff around. That's horrible when you have a real nice set. So again, don't forget, when you make a set, come down here, background locked, camera locked, tree locked, castle, we're gonna leave that open. So now I can mess around, nothing's getting moved. Everything's locked, it won't go out of place. And remember, there is no undo button on OBS. I repeat, there is no undo button on OBS. So when you have a multi-layered scene, one misclick can destroy it, and it can make it totally messed up. Now there's one more thing I want to talk about before we move on. This is a special effect. I know. Streamlabs OBS has an undo button. So if you're on Streamlabs, you can. And again, this works for Streamlabs, all this stuff I'm talking about. Everything other than Stream Effects Transitions works for Streamlabs. All right, so we have tree, and we're all locked in place. Okay. So before we move on to magic spells, and I know that's why you're all here, you want to know how to make your chat have interactive magic spells. Before we get there, let's talk about the zoom effect, and by that I mean this one. I'll show you exactly what I mean. This. Ah! Right? Cool effect. Very easy effect. Okay. This is what you're going to want to do. So you know how I have a display capture here to show you guys how I'm doing everything? And remember how if you hold Alt in OBS, you can crop things immediately? You're going to hold Alt and crop. And by the way, to do this, let me show you from the start. You go to Add Source, Display Capture, Create New, Display Capture 2, boom. And now you can see you've got a capture within a capture. I'm going to turn this one off though. Okay, so in fact, we're going to right click here and we're going to call this Zoom. So we've got a display capture that's showing your desktop. ABGN. So we've got a desktop and you guys can see it, right? Now, hold Alt and crop your edges so that they only capture the images that you see on stream. Again, every side you're going to crop until there's nothing but what you see on stream. Hold Alt, keep Alt held down, get rid of the top. All right, this is what you're looking for. We now have a square and it is an infinite mirror. Now, put it in the corner and you're going to right click, transform, and stretch to screen. Boom. Okay, now you can see something crazy already happened. But let's back up here. Okay. All right, that's not working. What the heck? So it does something. Okay, let's redo transform. Redo transform. Undo transform. Reset transform. Okay. Where is it now? Oh, we got to do it again. All right. Crop the edges. Hold Alt all the way up to the top. Sides. And again, go all the way to the green or whatever your background is. All the way. Get all the gray out. Don't leave any gray in. All right. Now, instead of crop the screen, let's try it like this. Try that. All right. Now, let's move that in the middle. And why is that not working? Oh! Is it because I don't have a video background? What's going on? Okay, I'm not sure why this isn't working, but you can see the idea. You guys get the idea of this effect. Lots of stuff you can do with the infinite mirror here. You can do zoom effects. You can do all kinds of weird stuff. You can experiment and just go totally crazy with this stuff. And this is no plugin needed. This is all within OBS. All you're doing is making a capture source. And I don't know why this isn't working. It's so weird. But if all goes according to plan, it should zoom like this. And I know that sounds crazy. Also, make sure your transition is set to fade, not cut. If you use cut, it goes like this. Oh wait, that worked anyway. All right, bad example. Cut will work sometimes, but fade will definitely work. But yeah, lots of cool stuff you can do with the mirror trick. Just get yourself a mirror and just tons of stuff you can start doing with this. There are lots of other tutorials about it. Do I still have the trap house scenes? Yeah. I have all the assets separated as well. So here we go. Yeah, that's just one example of an effect that you can do without plugins. Anyone can do it. You can even get really creative with this stuff. Wet Drunk Wizard is really good with this stuff. Just tons of weird stuff you can do. Yeah, it's like cutting into streaming out the colors of the scenes. Is mirror standard or something? It's not I'm just calling it mirror. All it is you're going to display capture. You go to add new source, display capture, and you get this. Now you just cut the side so that's nothing but what you want, like just the stream. And what you're left with is a square of just your stream. And so it's not really a mirror effect. I call it that, but it's just a display capture that goes on infinitely. Yeah. And because of the infinite nature, that's where you get the zoom effect. Oh! And this zoom effect that I have, I worked on that for a long time. You got to really place it perfectly for it to work right. It's very annoying to get down correctly. I could be here for like an hour setting up a new zoom effect like that, but that's what it should look like when you're done. You just line it up the right way, the right size. I don't know why it's not working. I can't get it working at all right now. With this, it's turning black. So I don't know what's up with that, but having a video scene in the background might help, but I'm not sure what exactly is going on. How do you make it go like zoom effect from the double up? It's the same thing, it's just bigger. Here, let me show you an old scene of mine with it already set up. So this, and I have it all locked in place. So this, you guys know this scene, my faraway tower. This is what happens when I turn it on. Here, let me copy this video background. Maybe that'll help. All right, so we're gonna add a video background here. And this is another great thing, guys, and I haven't really talked about this, but another great thing about having your backgrounds separate is that you can change your background whenever you want. All right, now let me see if I turn this on. Will it work? Whoa, way too fast, way too fast. Okay, now we're getting to work. So you have to be careful. Sometimes, I mean, just the settings are very strange. All right, let's try this one. All right, we're gonna stretch it to be the same size. We're gonna go like that. There we go. And now we just gotta line it up. It's hard to do though. So there's something like that. Can I go through it again? I don't understand the step. Sure. So you're going to go to, I'm going to delete all of mine that I have already. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. And again, this is the great thing about a vector. This tree is in front of me and the background is whatever I want. Or for example, if I go to this house, or no, to this house, let me add video background. And again, what this video background is, it's just a window capture. And the background is just a YouTube video, you know, just something like that. Just capturing the window, nothing special. And now the house is floating in space. And now, you know, you can do whatever the heck you want with it. And you can turn your background back on. It's not like a permanent thing. You can do as you want. Just another idea. And a great thing about the vector. The vector of the house is still here. The background, you can make it anything whenever you want. That's a great thing about having things separate instead of one frame where everything is combined. That's why I'm going to give Meadow Fairy all this stuff in pieces. And I know that it might be a little more difficult to put together, but trust me, it's going to be all for the best. All right, so we've got this background here. Let's go to this scene here. And I'm going to show Ace this process again from the start. Okay, you're going to go to add, new thing, display. And there we go. All right, here we go. So we got OBS. We're going to go to add button here. And we're going to go to display capture. Display capture means it's going to capture your whole desktop, which is what I'm using to show you guys how to do all this stuff today. I typically never have display capture on unless I'm doing a zoom effect. So we're going to go to display capture and add a new one. Just go to create new, just whatever it wants to call itself. Click OK, boom. Okay, so we got another display capture on top of that. I'm going to turn on my tutorial one so we have just this. Now, as you can see, we've got everything on my desktop, but I'm going to hold Alt, and you see my mouse going over here to the red line. I'm going to hold Alt and trim. When you hold Alt, you trim on OBS. We're going to go all the way over until there's nothing, all the way up into the tree. Same thing on this side. Hold Alt, go over. There you go. Now, again, top, get rid of all that stuff there. And bottom, all the OBS stuff's got to go, of course. We're just left with this. Now, we've got an infinite window. And we're going to stretch this to be the size of the screen. And again, all this is it's just everything that has OBS, but cropped out. So it's just the middle. So it's just the stream. And when you make that the same size, you get this crazy zoom effect. Now, it doesn't look perfect. It takes a lot of doing to get it right. To get it how you want it. It's tricky to get it to zoom where you want. But if you mess with it, you'll get something like that. Oh! Just making it the same size. Yeah, because it causes this infinite mirror. I don't really know exactly why it does that. It just, as you can see, I make it smaller and we're back to just a window that's capturing the window within the window. I feel like a news broadcaster covering my own show. Tonight, on Sitting Next to a Tree in a Laser Pit, we've got me. So yeah, you just get it to this. And once you have it here, you just get it all on to fit in. You know, I'm just dragging. And then you get this crazy zoom effect. And then you turn your layer off, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on. And you can see when I'm turning it on, it's not quite doing what I want. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of going off to the side and it's going slow. So I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to move it around and I'm going to make it really big. I'm going to see if that does something crazy. And again, it's really hard to line up. This takes a while. Oh, way too fast. Way too much. Way too much. Let's make it smaller again. And move it back toward the middle somewhat. Whoa, there we go. Oh, that's a fun... This is a fun one. Ah, that's great. Ah, so there you go. How do you affect the speed? It's all about how big it is. This is a big mirror, but if we make it small enough to just fit the screen, you get more of that just kind of whatever. Goes really slow. Maybe this is a dumb question, but how do you keep track of all the different sources for your video backgrounds? Like when you flip through a lot of different ones when you're playing. Ah! You see how it just changed? Magic. No, the answer is very simple. I am watching a video called VJ DJ Event Motion Wall Background something. This is something like this. And these videos always, you know, they do that. They shuffle through. Some of them are like 10 hours long, and they have tons and tons of different animations in the background. Now, I like to get specific, and you know, I have a bunch of tabs open here. Like I can change to this one if I want, or I can change to, what else do I have on this window? This is a window with different tabs. This is my background for Cackle Keep. I've got, what's this? Oh, of course, Perfume Fusion for when we do this. But yeah, there are tons of different things. Now, if you're asking me about stuff like this and how I will shuffle between stuff like this is actually rather simple. This is very simple, actually. All I'm doing there is I edit together. Again, I open up Premiere. Let's see. That's a zoom. All right. We open up Premiere, and I make a new sequence, and I just drop in stuff like, you know, I'm always on the lookout for like weird clips. And when I find a good one, I just download it, I drop it into Premiere, I edit it, and when I'm done, I get this. I just get this is just a loop. It's a video file called Cutaways, and this just loops. Oh, while I'm streaming this and this, I have multiple buttons that have videos that are looping endlessly with all different things playing. Now, here's the thing. Hey, dental student, I have streamed using that setup so much that over time, I know what's going to happen on those clips without looking at them. You know, like it's the same thing over and over. You know, there's the explosion, the trees, then it's going to be the waterfall, and then it's going to go into the guy casting the worm, and then it goes to this and that. So I kind of know where everything is. So if there's something going on, like, you know, if we're listening to Blue and I want to have the blue trees in the background suddenly pop up on this, there we go, the blue waterfall. I pretty much know that this is going to be, you know, around that part because it's the same thing over and over. And then I have multiple buttons here. I'll show you. Oop. So for these, I tend to use the side buttons. I use this one. Oh, you can't see when I press it. But yeah, I use minus is a cutaway. Plus sign is a cutaway. The star is a cutaway. The asterisk. Pretty much all four of these buttons are cutaways. While the rest of the actual numbers are for scenes. So yeah, I have 4 cutaway buttons because, you know, they're all kind of different. Like this one is sort of, this is more magical and more like blue, and this one is more red, and it's got those little ogres walking around. This one is just for FOTMFest, of course. That is my favorite one. But yeah, all these are just edited videos put full screen on a scene by themselves. Here, I'll show you exactly. Whoop. They're on a scene by themselves. For example, here, driving cutaways right here. I can click that and suddenly we have driving cutaways. It's just a video that's one scene on its own. There's nothing there. It's just one video file. That's it. And then you just, you know, you right click, you go to properties, make it zoom, make it loop, and you turn off. Here, I'll show you, for example, driving cutaways. Oh wait, you can't see this. Here, I'll show you a quick example. And we're gonna move on to magic next. All right, I'm gonna drop the driving scene on here. Okay, so now, just a quick example. I'm going to go over here, and go down to, this is it, driving cutaways, right click, properties. You're gonna turn loop on, and where it says restart playback from when it becomes active, you're gonna turn that off so that every time you cut to it, it's something different. It's not gonna start from the beginning. So if I cut to that scene, it's not gonna be the same image. It's a couple minutes long. So every time you cut, it could be anything. It could be, what is the giant door clip from? I don't even know. I just saw it and I downloaded it and was like, oh, that's nice. Function in home. Yep, everything. Because it's doubled over. You have the numpad and then you can press num lock and you have numbers. You can double everything up. So you actually have twice as many buttons on a numpad than what it seems. All right, we're getting pretty deep now, guys. It is almost midnight. I've been doing this for almost 6 hours. Thank you all so much for being here. It's been an amazing day. I've wanted to do a breakdown of these for a long time. Okay, before we move on to the magic, I know you all want to know about the interactive magic. Is there anything else about scene constructing? This is very important. Scene constructing is key. Is there anything else you guys want to know about making a scene before we go on to interactive stuff? Oh, Depoppin', FOTMFest is amazing. You guys have been supporting so much. How do you get the zoom effect and how do you do red Carl effect? Well, I'm going to get into interactive stuff. When you say zoom effect, do you mean the one we already went over? This one? Like this? You made the hot cauldron scene where you talk. That's awesome. That's awesome. This is amazing. Again, Meadow Fairy, I know that you said that your brain tuned out hours ago, and that I totally understand. I recommend, if you guys really want to know, you watch this again and again. I'm going to have this on YouTube soon. Go back and watch the replay on whatever part you want to learn more of. And don't feel bad if this doesn't make sense. What's key for me is that there might be one thing, maybe just learning about TDR Nova, or just learning about the display capture, or just learning about the fact that, you know, you need transparent layers. You need stuff on top of you instead of just behind you. You need stuff in front of you to really create a scene that you're in, not just on. Okay. Ace said that one. How do you target where the zoom goes? You know what, Ace? It just takes a lot of trial and error. I wish I had a better answer. As you can see, the one I did, it's just kind of going there, which is whatever. What I do is I turn it on. I'm gonna show you right now. I turn it on, and now when it's on, you can move it around. And I'm gonna make it a little bigger to make it faster. Let's see what happens this time. Whoa, that's not right. Whoa, all right, move it a little to the left. Let's try this. All right, let's get a little bit. Move it a little more to the left. You got to move it while it's on too, so it's annoying. It's really difficult. So, okay, we're getting a little centered now. A little centered. We're gonna move it a little down. Just a smidgen down. This stuff works like exponentially, so a smidgen goes a long way. That looks right. That looks right. There we go. That's better. That's much better. Now maybe make it a little bigger. Just a little bigger. See what happens. Ooh, too big. Too big. Okay, too big. Too big. All right. Anyway, you can see that it's just a lot of trial and error. And please, I beg of you, when you get your zoom right, here are two things you need to know. When you have your perfect zoom, number one, lock that layer. Again, I'll show you where it is. See these locks right here? Lock that layer. Lock it. And this goes for everything when you have a good scene and you're like, wow, it's perfect. Lock it, please. Don't make the same mistake I had where you mess up your zoom or you mess up your whole scene and you're like, no, it's not perfect anymore. Because I'm telling you, when you get the perfect zoom going, it's so hard to get it back. Because a tiny movement goes a long way. Another thing, guys, when you get the right zoom, just make sure that your whole OBS, so let me show you, for example, this whole window relies on that working. Like, for example, if you see this window over here, stream information, where I put in the title and all this stupid stuff. If I X that out, if I take that dock away, that zoom isn't going to work anymore because OBS is now different. OBS has to stay the same exact size. So get yourself a good OBS layout before you get a perfect zoom, because it has to be this. It has to be full screen. You can't window it. It has to be exactly like this on your desktop, or it will not work. It won't work the same way. It has to be the same exact way every time. Should you pop a picture of the granola bar in the Discord? Sure. So that is what's important, guys. Lock your scenes when they're right. Lock your gob-darn scenes. Don't make the mistake I made. It's very hard to get it's almost impossible to get a perfect zoom back. This one that I have, this one that I have set up here, I would hate if this one got messed up, because this one, look how good this is. Wait, it's not working. It's not working now. Usually works good. Let's try it. No, it's not working. Oh, I know why it's not working. It's not turned on. Whoops. Here we go. I also have two. I have 2 layers of zoom on this layer. If you want to know how I get that weird kind of pulsating effect sometimes like this, I'm actually doing it twice. So I have one on and then I do the other one. All right, here, let's try this again. This zoom that I have right here, watch this. Oh, I love that one. Do you know how long it took me to get this one? How long it took me to get it to look like this? A long, long time of minuscule trial and error on a very tedious small scale. Hours and hours of moving it up, moving it down, moving it left, making it smidgen smaller because everything is exponential. One tiny change on that zoom effect, the whole thing goes out of whack. All right, guys, it's time for the main event. Enough of that. I think we've covered pretty much everything. And show us in OBS how the double zoom works. It's the same thing, just 2. And when you get it going, like, it's going to be hard for me to show you how it works because I can't really do a display capture with both. But I promise, when you get one perfect zoom, just copy and paste and experiment with the second layer, and you'll see you can get all kinds of crazy effects. Another thing you guys should know, for example, talking about the zoom effect, here's our experimental zoom effect. All right, here's another thing you can do, and this is going to get real crazy. Check this out. All right, go to your zoom effect here. I'm going to rename it zoom so it's easier to tell. No, don't remove it, rename it. Rename. We're going to call it zoomies. Go to your zoomies effect, which you can turn on and off, just like that. And right click. And you're going to go to filters. And you're going to go to color correction. Can you guess where this is going? You're going to love this. Watch what happens now. All right. Now we're going to... Now we can't see anything happen because, of course, we're in the mirror right now. So we don't see it happening. But what we're going to do is we are going to... Let's try this. We're going to change the hue, but just a little bit, because remember, when it comes to the infinity mirror, as I call it, small changes are very, very big. So let's just go a little bit up. Just 0.1. Just 0.1 up on hue. And on opacity, which is how clear it is, we are going to turn down opacity just 5. Okay, now watch this. Watch what happens this time. I'm going to turn that off and watch. Now we've got a totally different effect. All right, the color's not going that crazy. Let's try something a little crazier. Go to zoomies, right click, filter. Let's make the hue, let's go up here. We're going to add like 25 hue and take away, we're going to go to like 85 opacity. Now let's see what happens. Whoa! Okay, every layer different as it goes through infinity. So you can imagine, you can get crazy with this stuff. This is very subjective. You can make, look, I'm flying through space like this. I'm flying through space. You can make it even crazier like this. Hi, whoa, woo! So there you go. Experiment with infinite windows and experiment with the effects that you put on your infinite window. And you're gonna come up with all kinds of art on your own. You don't like it. I could go through 100 variations of this effect right now. Do your experimentation. Experiment, guys. Do a display capture. And this is just a little trick. This is just one little trick. There's so much stuff you can get with your experimentation. I don't know how to tell you this, so I'm just gonna it's not asking. Well, there you go. Just one of many different things you can do. One more time. Let's go to zoomies. Let's try something else real quick. Let's turn the opacity down real low and make the hue shift crazy. And let's turn up contrast even. Let's get real crazy. Let's see what happens this time. And you're gonna see a totally different effect, and I don't know what it's gonna be. Let's find out. Whoa, look at this. What is this? I don't know. I don't know what you'd use this for, but if you want to, you can. And don't forget, once you've got this going, you can find a way to layer shit. You can layer stuff without a green screen, and I'll explain that one more time before we move on to magic. But look, I'm gonna change the size, and the size also is gonna change everything about these effects that you're doing. Okay, so just remember, I'm showing you tools, but please experiment on your own, and you're gonna come up with all kinds of fun stuff. I promise. Don't go by what I'm saying too much. Go through your stuff. Go through your ideas. Look at this. Like, very subtle, like, hey, man. You know what? I like this so much. I'm gonna keep this, actually. I love this effect. This is, wow. Look at how cool that is. I really like, this is like an awesome dance effect. Hey, what's up? Woo! Seriously, wow, okay. I've just accidentally stumbled upon a great new effect. So, what am I gonna do? Of course, lock it. It gets locked, and it does not move because it is permanently staying there. How did I do this one? I don't know. I just changed settings. I plugins. I went to right click filter, and I just changed these, and I don't want to change them because I like it too much. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But yeah, same effect, and then just change the effects that you have on your infinite mirror, and you're gonna come up with all kinds of crazy stuff. The subtle one, I think I lowered the opacity and I turned up contrast. Again, every knob you mess with, you're gonna have different effects. This is all the same effect over and over again, but I'm just showing you that every change you make on your color correction is going to change this effect. Don't forget your opacity also counts. All right, guys, so this is what we're going to do. Why did it freeze before? What do you mean? Freeze? Oh, why? Okay, why did it freeze? That's because, I'll show you this one more time. When you turn up the opacity all the way, let's see, what is it at? 57? All right, I'm going to turn it up all the way. Now watch. Now, whoa, what the okay. I didn't know that was gonna happen, but there you go. See, I freeze, and then that. So what you're gonna go to, if you don't want that, you go to right-click, filters, and turn your opacity back down. I'm gonna even go to 40. Let's see what happens with 40. I don't even know. Oh, here we go. More subtle, more subtle, more subtle. All right, so let me just show you one more time about using layers without a green screen. So for example, in this house right now, you can do everything I've done on this scene without a green screen. The only thing a green screen is gonna do for you is it's gonna give you this room artificially. This room that I'm blinking on and off, this would be your room. Like if this was Fenice, if this was your stream, this would be your room. That's the only difference. In fact, I recommend not getting green screen. I would say just do something like this and have your own room inside. You can always add, you know, but again, you can have the house, you can have the background and then take away the background and still have that stuff and keep adding animated GIFs. So really, you know, you could consider this like a comp. These two layers right here, me and this background, this is a comp. And again, this would be the inside, but this would be your actual background. That's the only difference. If you don't want to use green screen, in fact, like I said, don't use green screen because, look, I'm going to show you. Look, see, I can't do the dramatic lighting. I go invisible. All sorts of problems happening. See, the background starts getting crackly. Yeah, not good, not good. So you're better off without green screen in a lot of cases. Here, I'm going to re-green my chair for anyone that missed that part. If you want to get extra in, get yourself a green suit. These are cheap. You can get all kinds of budget ones, because especially you don't have to wear it. Just put it on your chair. I'm just going to put it upside down over the back. Whoop. So that the legs, these are the legs, they go over the back. And the arms go on the rests. So you just put them on like arm rests, literally. And now you've got a green chair. And far less distracting. You don't see this. You know, all this is gone. And it's as if I'm really here in the room now, you know, instead of seeing me and the chair. Again, small stuff, small stuff. Okay, so we're just about getting ready for the main event. I want to do this before we get to midnight. This is running late, but I want to go thorough for you guys. I want to go in depth, okay? So, this is what we're going to do. We're now going to talk about what you guys are here for. And I hope, one more time, is there anything you guys missed out on or you have a burning question about? Because after this, we're pretty much moving on and this whole day is done after this, guys. It's been amazing, by the way. Thank you so much for being a part of FOTMFest. Tomorrow's going to be insane, the virtual meet and greets. But if there's anything behind the scenes that you want to know or you have a burning question, please ask now because we're going to move on to the main event. Hey, Chicos. Oh, where do I get the stage? Okay, thank you. I remember that question. All over the place. I am on an eternal hunt for, and this goes back to my days of just making music. I'm on the eternal hunt for samples, you know? When I see a picture I like, I save it. If I see a vector that I like, I save it. We'll just go through YouTube videos and go through just Google image searches or here's a big important one. When all else fails and your hunt is like I can't find anything, like I can't find what I'm looking for, go to Audio Jungle or Envato.com. Envato.com is a great resource. You do have to pay. You got to pay a couple bucks for each thing you get. They have like a subscription thing too, but there are a bunch of sites like this, but for me, I use Envato because I upload my music there for other people to buy. So I've got a bunch of credit that, like, instead of taking it out as money, which I could, I've got like a bunch of songs that I have credit for. So it's kind of free, I guess, for me. But there are so many different resources like this out there, you know, pay sites. I know it sucks to pay for resources for rights, but you gotta do it sometimes, especially for something important. And you're not gonna get high quality stuff without paying for it sometimes. Like, for example, this stuff, where is it? This cutaway right here. These castle cutaways are really high quality video files. I can't possibly get that for free. So I had to buy rights through Envato. Maybe 10, 20 bucks for a really nice clip like that. But again, you gotta be economic and make the right decisions, because if you go on Envato, you're gonna be looking at stuff for days. I mean, you have to narrow down your ideas. There's a lot of stuff there. So yeah, go to Envato. You're gonna get, you can find everything: sound effects, music, vectors, clip art, trees, like this tree. I think I got this from, oh wait, no, I got this from a Google search, but they got fake trees. They got animated fake trees even. You got endless amount of stuff in Envato. And that's, if your Google search just isn't working and you need to find something really nice and really specific, try Envato. Click around, tons of stock footage, stock images, backgrounds, vectors. And again, tons of sites out there. So many resources. But again, what I do, usually I download a picture like this and I'll cut out this hut and I'll use this hut for something. And once you have a lot of stuff of your own cut out, And then you kind of have like a gallery and you start putting stuff together. Like, all right, I have a UO logo and I've got a house and I got a castle and I got a piece of grass and I got a nice sky. Things come together like this one. You know, we had this house from King's Quest. We kind of morphed it. We got this background from God knows where. And then, you know, when everything is all separate and transparent, then you can really do crazy stuff like suddenly you're in space. No problem, Dan. A quick homage. Great. I will check it out. So there's a ton of stuff you can do when you keep your stuff separate and with transparent layers. Transparency is key. And as I said before, sometimes in life you get something horrible like this. This tree just you want it transparent and you get a white background. And for the life of you, you just can't get it transparent. If you have to, you go right click, filter, you know, color key, make your custom color white, and then you use the similarity and just try to make it as nice as possible. It's not going to look good no matter what, but you can do your best and get a pretty nice tree out of it. Okay, guys, this has been an amazing day. Meadow Fairy, I hope you like this set. I'm going to give it to you completely, all the pieces individually, and I will, you know, I'm sure you'll be able to set it up fine. I'll make it extra easy if you just drag and drop. But if you have any issues, of course, just ask me, and I'm going to maybe update it a little bit while I'm offline, make this a little nicer, because I kind of did rush through it for a tutorial's sake. Maybe add some features. There's so much stuff to go over. I could go over animated. That's one thing I didn't go over is animated sequences, but I think we're going to end here with the magic tutorial. You guys are all about the magic. It's time to reveal the methods and let you guys start experimenting with the system yourself. Okay. So, if you want to have your viewers cast spells or commands in chat and have things happen on stream, I'm going to show you something right now that's going to blow your effing mind, because I have a program that is not only can you do this stuff, turn me green. I'll show you how to turn me green, turn me invisible, everything. Cast fire, whatever. Not only can you do that, but using this program, this might sound insane, but you can actually do stuff where you can type something into your phone and the lights in your house go on. This is an extremely customizable macro system. I present to you, let's look. It is called Touch Portal, and I have a very customized version of it here. So if you get it, it's not going to look like this. It has taken me a long time to make it look like this. A lot of customizing. Now I'm not going to show you very in depth because this has many spells that are not yet unlocked. So I'm going to be very careful about what I show you, but I want to show you how to set up a basic spell using Touch Portal. Hey, Mind of a Snail. Yeah, Mind of a Touch Portal is insane. It is just, it's really good. Okay, let me get to, let's see. All right, I'm going to go here because there's only one. I'm going to go to the Vassrel Pour. You guys already all know Vassrel Pour. Is Touch Portal free? Yes. Okay, so you go to Touch Portal. I'm going to go to my Moon Gate button. And by the way, all of these buttons can have a ton of commands. So beneath each button here is a lot of stuff, but we're going to go to Moon Gate here because there's only one, just the Moon Gate. You guys probably already know this. So let me break down the code for Moon Gate and then we'll set up a new spell together. Okay. So this is basically a coding language, but it kind of set up for you. You guys can see this, right? Okay. So as you can see at the top here, you can decide who can use it. Everyone, moderator, staff, broadcaster, VIP, turbo users, administrators. And then you can decide, well, is the message going to contain it? Is it to start with, end with, or equal to? And then you put in what you need to trigger. And then we have the coding here. You know, you can show the... This is gonna get kind of crazy, but you're going to show the source, wait however long the spell takes, hide source. Now over here, you're gonna get all this stuff. This is the language over here. You've got wait for timer, if file, if else, stop executing actions. This is the important stuff, the OBS section. So you can automate anything. Source visibility, source filter, source scene filter, streaming state, recording state, mute source volume, set volume, literally the amount of spells possible, spells, whatever you want to call them, commands. It is pretty much unlimited. You got send chat message, clear chat, play an ad, create a clip. All of these can be controlled by anything. Okay, so for example, let's make a new one. Okay, we're gonna go to logic. Okay, so let's do if statement. We're gonna drag that in. Nope, it's got to be its own thing. We don't want it in there. Uh-oh, did I break it? I think I just broke it. Okay. Can I undo? No, you can't undo. Okay. Let's just delete. Okay. Try again. All right, down here. Let's see. All right, let's do send chat message. All right, we're gonna want this to be its own thing. Why is it doing this? What the? All right, this is being annoying. Okay, on chat. There we go. Sorry about that. Here we go. Down here, Twitch, on chat message event, or on receiving bits, on host, on raid. So this is the if. If new subscriber, if channel point redemption, if chat message, if receiving bits, if host, if raid. I'm going to go with if message. Okay, we're going to go with everyone. If a message from everyone contains, I am learning OBS, then, so we have the if. What's the then? All right, so, let's see. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? OBS. Let's have something happen on OBS. If... I mean, it's just anything. You can, so much stuff. I guess if you're going to do a spell, you would do set source visibility. Okay, there we go. And we're going to do two of them because we have to go on and off. So 2 source visibilities. And, you know, you don't want it to be immediate, so we're going to have a wait for timer. Okay, so we have the code here. We have building blocks. Toggle, let's see. Okay, and where are we right now? We are in the pixel meadow. So all the way down here. In pixel meadow, I'm just going to be the same for off. So on and off. If you're in pixel meadow, the source of me, I'll make it me. The source of me turns on. Wait, no, don't make it me. We'll make it the background. Yes, the background. So if you say, I am learning OBS. Okay, so again, let's look at the code from the beginning. When everyone types a message containing, I am learning OBS. Let's make it easy. Let's just make it OBS. When everyone types a message containing OBS, show from this scene, this source, wait, 5 seconds. Then toggle, same thing. Background. Now you got to know the name of your background. What is it? It's like pixel ad royalty free da 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 whatever. All right, there we go. Now save. And somebody. Now let's turn it off. Okay, so it's now off. Somebody type, there you go. OBS. Now it's on and it should turn off in about 5 seconds. There you go, it's off. And it's okay, well you guys are spamming it on and off, so you get the point. As you can see, my hands are free of this. You got, this is all you. So that is a very basic breakdown of how Touch Portal works. So yeah, there you go. That's Touch Portal. It gets very complex. I tried to do a very easy, but this is the code for it. You know, you start down here with an event on Twitch, on something, then something. So let's try one more. So on chat message event, again, we're going to click that. If anyone types a message that contains frosted flakes, then let's find the action now. The blues, the green is the if, the blue is the then. We're going to find a good blue. Let's see, blue. And you can affect Twitch directly, or you can affect OBS. Let's do OBS, of course. We're going to do if someone types frosted flakes, set source visibility. And we're going to do 2. Remember, you have to do on and off, so do 2. Set source visibility, click it twice, and go up to your timer, and do wait for timer. And now we got to put the wait in the middle. I did too many, so I'm going to delete one. And just remember what your stuff is called. As long as your stuff is labeled good, this is easy. All right, you go to Pixel Meadow on both on and off. Pixel Meadow, and then you find the actual thing. And let's make it one of those weird mushrooms. Let's make it the top layer mushroom. Which one is it? Whatever one that one is. All right. So there we go. We made another spell. Which one is it? Someone typed frosted flakes. Frosted flakes. Which one was it? It's going to turn off automatically. Wait, did we do toggle or on off? See, even I get mixed up with this stuff. Let's go back. All right, let's make sure this spell is right. Okay. If someone types frosted flakes, okay, instead of toggle, you want to start with show. Show that layer. And then toggle on the second one. Okay. Oh, okay. This is a problem. Seconds, make it 3 seconds on this one. There we go. All right. Let's try again. Now let me turn. Is it this one? All right. It's going to be the tree on the rock. There you go. The tree on the rock is back and it's gone. There you go. My hands are free. Try again. Type frosted flakes and you'll see. There you go. And it'll go away in 3 seconds. So there you have it. That is a basic spell. Now, if you want to get into stuff like the flame strike spell or the explosion spell, well, this involves making your own stuff. You have to have the stuff to turn on and turn off. So basically, when I do flame strike, you know, I've got this animation ready to go. I can turn it on myself. Here it is. That's the flame strike animation. So I have that created all separate, you know, in, for example, Premiere. Where's the scene we made in Premiere? Like this. This could be something that suddenly turns on Premiere. I just export this to an MP4 and then say, anytime someone says frosted flakes, this will play and then it will turn off and then it will reset. That's it. So that's, you know, and basically I put an explosion on a green screen and that's it. I chroma keyed the green out of the explosion and it was just a clip of an explosion that plays. That's it. So again, I can show you how to do this, but it's up for you guys to, you know, make it what it is. Toggle exactly, Dan. It will make it the opposite of what it is. So you're going to want to start off. I mean, depending on what spell you're going to do. And if you want to toggle on and off, or, you know, if you're doing other stuff like that. But if you want a spell to trigger, it has to start off. You know, like this, like the Frosted Flakes spell. This has to start off. Then toggle will turn it on. And then your last command must be hide. So if you do something like just toggle, then your spell is going to turn it on and off. And it's just kind of just be like, you say Frosted Flakes, it goes on. You say it again, it goes off. So if you want a spell to be a thing that happens like this, it's keep it off, toggle, wait, hide. That's the sequence you go for that. And I know that might sound obvious, but when I first learned Touch Portal, I was in the Discord like a real noob, asking people, you know, all these questions like, wait a minute, but it's not doing what I want. And I had to just learn. It's toggle, wait, hide. If you do it otherwise, things get like, if you do 2 toggles, they get mixed up. If you do show and then hide, somehow that, I don't know, if someone doubles up a command, it gets all messed up. The only way I have consistently found it to work every time is if someone says X, then toggle, wait, hide. Is there a way to limit how often people can do each spell? Yes. Well, that's where the waiting comes in. The wait cancels everything out. So during those 3 seconds, while that thing is over there, while it's during the wait command, you cannot turn it on or off. It is just in wait. It's just there floating in flux. However, I've messed with the settings sometimes to make it so you can turn it on and off. I think that's cool, you know, but if you want it to be very specifically something that just comes on, happens, and goes off, you have to do toggle, wait, hide. Can you add a wait after the whole spell effect? You can if you want to burn cool down. Stack spell, more complicated. So originally you couldn't stack spells. Originally, if someone stacked commands in like one message, it would happen like one would happen, then the next would happen, then the next would happen. There are different commands all mixed in there, like here, let me show you some examples of these other commands that you can use to do timed stuff. You know, for example, you can do stop executing actions. This will make sure that absolutely nothing happens until that next command or that wait is done, depending on where it is. And again, you can use this for almost anything. Dynamic text updater. You know, you can use this to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Not just OBS, anything, everything, your house, your lights. I would recommend, instead of this lesson ending here, I would recommend you guys go on, do what you can with this, then go start looking up your own tutorials on Touch Portal, on OBS. Take what you learned here and start climbing using your own searches, you know? Did I figure out what made I don't know. I reset it and it just worked again. But it was very strange. I don't know what happened there. I'm assuming some kind of reset transform thing was going on. I don't know. Originally, that Flame Strike spell was sideways because it's a big video, and I wanted the flame to be as high quality as possible. So it's actually a sideways Flame Strike, and then I just rotate it on OBS to give it like a taller feel. But technically, it's a widescreen Flame Strike. Can I show which if works with Twitch chat? They all do, but there's a thing that says Twitch on the side. You'll see it. See over here? It says Twitch. Right there. And you got all this stuff. That's pretty much where you're gonna start, and then you end on OBS. So if Twitch does this, in other words, if a viewer from Twitch does this, then OBS will do this. Action. So green from Twitch, blue from OBS. That's basically the rundown. Flame Strike. Honestly, I think you should go on YouTube, and here, I'll do it myself right now and show you guys some examples. Go on YouTube and let's take a look together. You can see my algorithm. You can see my weird algorithm and what I watch. All right, here you go. Go to YouTube and type in chroma key magic spell. And first thing that comes up, I think I've used this already. But as you can see, you've got just... I mean, there's tons of stuff out there. With, you know, black screen, white screen, green screen. Let's see, what's this? Oh, there you go. That's a cool one. See, like, that would be cool for, like... Yeah, that's a nice, like, subtle one. For, like, an alert, or... I mean, there's just endless amounts of stuff you can do. But I would recommend just grabbing your stuff from here and chromaing it out and see what you can do. Instead of taking my flame strike. You don't want my flame strike. Yes. Oh, and by the way, when you get these, you're going to want to... If you can, I recommend dropping them. I mean, you kind of have to. You have to chop them down. You know, like, you can't just play that video. It's going to start from the beginning. You got to chop it down to specifically the 3 seconds of that one spell that you want. So, again, you go to Premiere. You open up Premiere. Drop it in. Chop it around. Make it what you want. Again, we got a goblin walking behind a house. So that could be your spell. This is where you control that stuff. But, you know, that's why... But there are short spells on YouTube. If you look around, you're going to find it, but they might not be the ones you want. If you find one you really want, you're going to want to edit yourself. So I recommend getting some free video editing software. Edit it out before. Yes, don't chroma it in your video editing software. If you chroma it on Premiere, you're going to have a black background. No good. You need to have these enter OBS either transparent or with green. Like, for example, this house has the... Where is it? It has the green windows. So this is what you need, basically. You need... Well, I mean, it's got effects on it now, but you need green windows. You need green. You can't drop it in and get something transparent without green. It's gotta be green. So don't key out your stuff on your video editing stuff. You can export as QuickTime with Alpha from Premiere. You can export QuickTime with Alpha. However, Captain Peelcard, move files with Alpha are extremely large, and even the pretty small ones, like a 2-second spell, are huge. I recommend, now you can do whatever you want. Lithodora, you guys, if you're already doing this kind of stuff, do what you want. I highly recommend not using Alpha on video files. I highly recommend replacing that Alpha with green and keying it out on OBS. I do that with everything. Still images though, like vectors, like a still image like this, no problem. You can render with transparent background, that's fine with an Alpha. Green, so I don't know if you guys remember this, but when I used to use Streamlabs and, you know, like the original Gobtrap system, that was all, you know, Alpha videos. And that, I mean, a couple of Alpha videos, they don't seem big at first. They start adding up like big time. And that was bogging down my whole thing. And yeah, exactly. But it was really bogging down OBS big time. To the point that you might remember I had to stop using Streamlabs because I was just like, you know what? I don't know. I couldn't figure out what was going on. That was one of the biggest problems that I found out later on, was I was bogging down all my stuff with these transparent video files. And now that I use green MP4 videos, only MP4s, all my spells are MP4s with green backgrounds. Everything that you see is a green background. Like here, I'll show you, for example. Where is it? You know, like even the lightning, or I'll show you Flame Strike without the thing. This is Flame Strike without chroma. It's just a green video with fire. And that file is like 10 times smaller without being transparent. The transparency is a space killer. It will absolutely destroy your space. And I don't know if you guys know this, but my final thing here is, I don't know if you guys know, but everything that you see is on this laptop. I run my entire stream from a mid-tier laptop, and this is by design. I wanted, you know, I used to have a tower, you know, back when I used Streamlabs and everything was a move file with alpha backgrounds. I was trying to, you know, I was using all this crazy graphics card and RAM chips and upgrading. And when I did a big reset, basically at the beginning of the year, I said, you know what? I want to do something that I can use anywhere, anytime, portable. It's not going to overheat. And that was part of using MP4s with everything. Everything that's motion is MP4. And I've just, every file, I will bounce and rebounce and compress until every file on OBS is as small as possible. And now, I mean, it runs so much better. It's insane. Transitions are immediate. It never breaks down. What codec? Like H.264, the smallest, most basic one possible. If I have to use a different codec because it's like a different size and that helps it be smaller, like I don't need everything to be full screen green screen. If I can use a different codec, it makes it smaller, whatever I have to do. The key is just make it small, small, small. And that's something that I learned over time. At the beginning, I didn't care because I was like, whatever, it'll never, you know, what, I just, you know, assumed that, you know, what's a couple hundred MBs? Now I try everything has to be like very, very small so that it will run perfectly, smoothly, without issue ever. And when I do have issues with any kind of thing like that, I take it away and I'll compress it more. At this point, like when I had Streamlabs, I would start Streamlabs and it took like 10 minutes to load because it got so crazy. And I had so many scenes and they didn't transition immediately. Some would just crash. At this point, I've got a ton. I can't show you them all because there are a lot of secret ones, but I've got a ton of scenes right now, like 100. And they transition smoothly, perfectly every time. My CPU never gets high at all. That's a big thing. I need to keep CPU. I'm on a mid-tier laptop, guys. I'm on a Lenovo. So I keep everything extremely small, extremely portable, and it goes a long way. It really does. I didn't realize that in the beginning. In the beginning, when I first started these kinds of streams, I was just willy-nilly, like, a couple gigs here, a couple gigs there. But now I'm very economic, and I don't have layers there that aren't absolutely needed. Especially because here's another thing. There's a lot of stuff that continues to play always. There's always like these videos here. These are looping nonstop. They don't stop playing. So I need these to be small enough that I can have like, I don't even know how many videos are running right now at the same time, but there are a lot running. There are many, many videos running simultaneously right now on the back end of my OBS. And I need them to be fast. I can't have a delay. I want latency to be as low as possible so that when you cast spells, they're immediate. So, and speaking of which, if you want to see my settings, I'll go over that real quick. Not that it matters, but here they are. 4,000 video bitrate, doesn't really matter though. Audio bitrate as high as possible. Video, right now I'm streaming at 30 frames per second. I usually stream at 60, but whatever. I did that tonight because I'll explain in a second, actually. Let me see what other. Okay, max quality. That's what I go for now. Max quality. To me, I just put them up as high as possible. And here's the thing, guys. The reason I'm able to put the settings as high as possible is because everything is so small and so fast. I couldn't do that in the past. The reason I lowered the frame rate is because as I was setting up stuff for the tutorial, you know, you have to have, if you run at 60 frames per second, your assets have to be 60 frames per second, which for this, they're not. And I wanted to be able to, you know, use whatever. So we're running 30. Not a big deal. You might notice I'm not as smooth as I normally am. It's not a big difference. here's a big thing, guys. So as I said, I'm using a mid-tier laptop. It's nothing. Thank you so much. Gravity, by the way. I'm using a mid-tier laptop. It is nothing special at all. Here's the key, guys. I've had a lot of issues with OBS. You guys know that. I don't have to tell you. I've had lots of issues. Here's a big thing that made a difference. And I know this might be impossible for some of you. This might be something that's just, you can't make this happen for you, but you need to plug in. You have to have your computer, you have to have this laptop plugged into Ethernet, no Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi will get you through a stream, don't get me wrong. Wi-Fi will work, but you're never gonna have a proper stream connection if it's not plugged in. It has to be right into the modem. And I know that's impossible for some people, but I can't tell you how many issues I've had solved by stopping using Wi-Fi. It doesn't matter what your speed test tells you. My Wi-Fi even gives me better readouts on speed test than plugged in. I don't know why. I don't know how that happens. But when I switched to Ethernet, so many issues fixed up. And now I get 0.0% dropped frames. Not even a percentage. Not even a fraction of a drop frame do I ever get now. And it's been absolutely concrete, 60 frames per second, mid-tier laptop. And it's just crazy how many problems I had with streaming that I thought were caused by, you know, video card or my ISP or whatever. What am I using? I don't even remember what service I'm using, but I thought it was them. I thought it was this. I thought it was that. And don't get me wrong, there's so many issues with streaming. It never ends. I still have issues. It's never gonna stop. But the amount of issues I fixed by getting rid of Wi-Fi should not be understated. So that's where I want to end on that, is just plug in, guys. That being said, sometimes you can't. You do an IRL stream with your phone, obviously, but all right. So that is tonight's tutorial. So this is Meadow Fairy's stream. This is her scene now. I'm gonna send this to her soon. I'm actually gonna update this a little bit. I want to add in some stuff that just wouldn't be fun for you guys to watch, like, you know, maybe add, you know, some her name on the house, just some little touch-ups. I might make these windows open, like if you can press a button to have them open, like an animation. I don't know. I might. I'll see. But this is it. There's two scenes actually. We got the inside and the outside, and I'm gonna help Meadow be able to add. You want to add a bong? You want to add a lamp to that table? I got you. I will help you out with all that. You know, like for example, you want to add it's really not hard. I mean, where is it? What's this? Which one is this? Let's add this. Let's add the mushroom to the table. You know, you just go in here, you add it, and all it is layers. Right now it's on top of me. Make sure it's under the camera. That's all. Boom. Put on the camera. Now look. Now there's a mushroom on the table. Simple as that. You see? And guys, don't forget, I got the invisible numpad, and yes, Stream Decks, also a thing, also work great. I love this thing though, because you can do whatever you want, and whoop, I'm invisible! So I can be like this. Hey guys, are you ready to party? So you don't even know. You don't even know I'm changing scenes. You don't even know what's going on. You don't even know that I can do that while upside down, spinning in my chair. Whereas numpad, I gotta reach out over here, and yes, I do put my hands on the numpad a lot, and I do have some, you know, hotkeys on my actual keyboard that I don't fit on here. But 90%, I don't even, what's great about when I stream, I don't even touch the computer most of the time. I'm just sitting back like this, talking to you guys, reading, changing scenes, saying, wow, this is great. Oh, wow, great. And I love that, because something that used to kind of bother me about streaming was like all the clicking and having your hand on the mouse and buttons all the time. It's kind of annoying for me. I love the freedom of sitting back with this thing, just having it in my hands, and boop. Oh, look at that. We're flying away now. Whee! I mean, it's so freeing. It's so freeing. And I highly recommend it. Ordered that numpad. You're excited? Yeah, so I got a green one. I got it, and it wasn't quite green enough, so I green taped the hell out of it. So this is an unnaturally green one. on Amazon, it looked super green, but really like the numbers are the way it looks, which are green, but you can see they're not fully keying out. I use this tape on everything here. I got my mic stand taped to the floor with green. As you can see, I got this table over here, just covered in green tape. You can't see it unless, you know, you can really tell there's something on it. So yeah, get yourself some green tape if you're going the chroma key way. If you don't go chroma key, I recommend getting yourself a cool light. And not just one like this. You can experiment with all kinds of LEDs, obviously. And if you don't, so there's two paths you can take. If you're doing green screen, get yourself good, flat lights, high quality, good lights. If you're not using chroma key, experiment. You know, experiment, go crazy with this. Put this in all different places, and man, it's so freeing without chroma key. Like, look how fun you can have. You can do so much different stuff, and you can even, you know, like, you turn that light off so that you get just blue on one side, or just like blue coming off the back and the side. You know, but if you use green screen, get yourself at least two quality lights. And don't think about yourself. Light the hell out of your background. You'll be lit. You know, by proxy, by default, you'll get lit too. And you should worry about that, but it's so much more important to have a well-lit background. Let me turn off the chroma again. There you go. Yes. Oh, so I guess you can't really see the green table down here. It's kind of out of the way. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's kind of cut out anyway, but I have a green table over here. And that gets keyed out, so. I'm not sure what advancement PC has made mid-grade. My first PC was 98 browser play good. Too many to social president to forgiveness and it just seems to take more resources for doing the same thing. What is my browser doing that didn't do to it? It's a good point, and I don't know, blah man. It's a good point. Yep, green room, green chair, green eyes, green controller, green tape. Everything green. So, yes, there we have it. Hey, Daily Dana, welcome. We're just finishing the OBS tutorial and breakdown. And by the way, guys, I'm gonna end off the night, since we've gotten technical and I've done everything. Yes, green contacts. Since we've done everything. Red Carl, same thing. Here, let me turn my chroma back on. So to turn me red, it's simply a matter of you go to camera, right click, filters, and you'll see I have something here called red, right? Thank you, Wilkie. So you see there's something here and that gets turned on or invisible. So very simply, you make a spell, and you know, when it says Frosted Flakes, then you, instead of changing the visibility of a source, you change the effects of a source. So you go to source, let's see, source, set source filter, set source filter. There you go, set source filter. Just change that. Delete these because they suck. You don't need them anymore. Kiss off. And yes. And the scene, wait, scene source. Wait, no, okay. Wait, scene source. No, not scene source. Set source. Oh, my mistake. Source filter, not scene filter. Source filter. You're gonna add 2 source filters. Source filter, 2 of them. One more. And put it top and bottom. And let's see, what do we have? All right, for the source, where am I? Camera. Oh my God, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of secret spells, so I don't want to show you everything. I'm trying to find camera. A lot of stuff here. Camera. Where is it? Camera. There it is. So for camera, and we're gonna find it again. or it's kind of hard to find camera when you have a million sources, so be ready. Where is it? Where is camera? Where is camera? Found it once, I can do it again. I found it once, I can do it again. Where is it? Camera, where are you? Where the F are you, dude? Be ready. Be ready. If you have a lot of sources, you're gonna have to do this. This is part of the tricky part. There it is. Camera. Okay. So for 3 seconds, it's going to set the filter. Let's do ghost since that's not set for one. It's going to be on and then off. Okay. Very simple. So when someone types Frosted Flakes, I should turn into a ghost. Let's see if it works. Frosted Flakes, and I'm a ghost. So there you have it. Very simple. Just same thing, but different if then. Where is it? There we go. Just a different if then. That's all. That's what the code looks like. Are the sounds for Flame Strike tied to the MP4? Yes. Built in. Is that what Ghost does on the filter list? Yes. So yeah, there we have it. That's my tutorial, guys, and we're about to crack the midnight hour. Day 1 of FOTMFest is in the books. This is insane. You guys are awesome. Let us bid farewell to our scene for Meadow Fairy here. Congratulations, guys. How does Red Car work? It's just the same thing. It's just the same thing. Go to... let's, for example, if someone types Frosted Flakes, set source filter, let's make it red. We'll make that one red. And when you go to... So now when you type Frosted Flakes, I'll turn red. And when you see here, this is what gets turned on right here. It's just another color correction. And I've just changed the hue. Just like when you... I'll show you another one. I'll make a new one. Let's see. Color correction. I'll call this purple. Purple Carl. I'll do a purple Carl spells. Let's see. How do I turn purple? Just change the hue. Let's make sure red is off first. Let's see. Change the hue. Let's see. When am I purple? There. I'm purple. So let's go back to Touch Portal. Go to the spell. When someone says Frosted Flakes, set filter to purple. Turn to purple. So there you go. And yeah, when you say Frosted Flakes, gotta make sure it's off. Remember what I said at the beginning? Make sure your spells are off. Then you say it, and it's back on. It's very simple. Just it's if someone, it's an action from Twitch. If action from Twitch, then action in OBS. So there we go, guys. I know we got deep on some things. We were kind of shallow on other things. Any questions? Any final questions, guys? Because I am going to move on to one final, and let's say farewell to this amazing scene. This is the last time we'll be seeing it until maybe it's on Meadow Fairy's channel. So here we go. This is the scene. Farewell. Goodbye to you. Goodbye to you. But not before. All right. There we have it. And we're just going to change back to our original set now. welcome. What a day. What a day. Wow. So did you guys have fun on day 1 of FOTMFest? Did you guys have fun? I've been talking about this OBS tutorial and breakdown for a long time, and I hope that we've gone over a lot that you guys can pick up and take a little bit of advice from for streaming. Again, I hope that I demystified it and show you there's really not that much complicated. It's about layers. This desk in front of me is a layer. And it helps you feel like, oh, he's there on stage. Without the desk, not as convincing because it's just me against the background. You put things in front of you, that definitely brings up, you know, it brings up the immersion. So yeah, guys, we've gone through so much stuff. So I'm just gonna, we're gonna end the night here, but I have one last thing. If you want to stick around for some extra credits, I want to go beyond the idea of creating scenes. We've gone over a lot of technical stuff. We talked about After Effects, Premiere. How do you Photoshop the eye upon the stone on everything? Well, shaky, quite simple. So you mean like this desk, for example. So quick, let's say we want to have an eyeball, and let me look. I probably have some stock. Again, I'm a collector. I am a hunter. I see things online and I say, oh, I must have that. And I will find a way to download it no matter what I have to do to get it. So let me go through my little library here. And again, I don't want to show you because there's so much like secret stuff in here that isn't available yet. So let me see though. I'm just going to give you a quick example of like how to put something on top of something the way that I do. Let's see. What do we have? I know I have eyes around here. I know I have eyes. Okay, the UO logo. Here's the UO logo. Okay. Now, you could do this on After Effects. You could do this on Photoshop. But let's say we want to have a UO-themed event here at FOTMFest. So we're going to open up Display Capture. All right, see down here, we have the Ultima Online logo. We're going to right-click, Filter, and Keying. Now, hopefully you can get a transparent file of the image, but, you know, unfortunately, we often do not in life. We don't get what we want, so we have to do it the old-fashioned way. Color key. We're going to make the key white. Get that background out of there. And just turn up that similarity until we get somewhere looking good. Okay, so now we've got a UO logo, right? All right, so we've got a UO logo, but it's the UO logo. Let's say we want it to be more like part of the set. We want it to like blend in with the screen behind me and just kind of be there the way the eye is on the thing. Or you know what? Let's make the eye a UO logo. Let's change it up. Instead of an eye, it'll be UO logo. So right now, it's clearly a UO logo. Oh, look at this. My background's moving. I didn't lock it down. Can you believe this? I didn't lock down my background. You see what happens? You see what happens when you don't lock everything down? Okay, anyway, it's locked now. Hey, Haley. So let's say we want this UO logo to be more part of the set instead of just on it. We're going to right-click. And we're going to go to Filters. And we are going to blend this sucker. Go to Color Correction. And first off, it's very bright and gold. Let's make it a little like less of that, and you can turn down the contrast, make it more unicolor. Turn down that gamma. Turn down the brightness. We're getting more like a logo now. Now here's the key. The brightness goes a long way. So it's looking a lot more like a logo that would be on something. Now here's the key. You're going to want to turn down this transparency. Not a lot, because that's going to make it look like a ghost logo. Not a lot, just a little. 10, 20%. And now, as you can see, it's kind of now, okay, not quite there, but it's looking like it's more part of the shield. Let's try that again. Let's try something else here. You know, instead of dropping that contrast all the way, let's bring it back up. And let's make it light. Let's turn it blue, because everything is blue. And now, let's kind of do that and bring that opacity down a little more. Let's see what that looks like. All right, so as you can see, it's starting to blend in more. And instead of being, you know, just a UO logo. It looks more like something that's etched into the shield. Again, this is a process. This doesn't take a long time to get it look right. And if you really want to go out of control, you could go on After Effects or Photoshop, and there are, you know, ways to blend things. So if you want to blend, like for example, if you wanted to blend, if this was supposed to look not like a house, but like something that's, I don't know, for whatever reason you want the house to look like it's part of the field, you can go down here and see it says blending mode normal. You know, you can do divide or hard light or screen. See, screen makes it look like it's more in the field. And these are all kinds of methods you can use to get things to be more blended in. Overlay always works. There are just tons of things you can do in After Effects and Photoshop. Again, I know you don't have to use Photoshop or After Effects. There are anything that has blending layers, which they all do. All right, so that's a lot of stuff, guys. It's a lot of stuff. But again, I hope that I showed you that you can easily make sets. The difficult part of making a set is getting the assets. Getting stuff like, you know, the tree or this stuff, you know, the house, and that stuff you can get all that stuff with just stuff that's already made. There are already thousands of vectors out there. You know, the tricky part is using Photoshop to narrow it down to exactly what you want, and, you know, cutting stuff out like I did at the very beginning, cutting out the house. You know, I cut out everything. I like to get customized, but you don't have to. You can use pre-made vectors, pre-made layers, and you don't have to use green screen, as I've showed. Green screen is just gonna comp a background onto you that you can, you know, already have. You can have a natural background, and you can take yourself and put yourself in a house, in whatever you want. You can put layers in front of you, and that's the key, is layers. Behind, in front, making yourself small. Instead of making yourself huge and filling up the whole screen, you can make yourself really small and put yourself anywhere. So, this is what we're gonna do, guys. Thank you so much for listening to this tutorial. And don't forget, FOTMFest has just begun. Tomorrow night is the meet and greet event. I'm gonna have a VR chat. I'm gonna have Discord chats, one-on-one conversations with myself. Tomorrow night. I can't believe Thursday is already in the books. So that's tomorrow night, guys. Carlomania rages on. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna close out the night with one more segment about creation, and I'm gonna go beyond OBS and Twitch, and I just want to talk to you guys about literally just about imagination and creativity. I'm not gonna talk about anything technical. I'm gonna talk about the mind and coming up with things. That's it. So that's what's coming up next. And we're gonna close off the night with a good old-fashioned party, okay? So, thank you for being here at FOTMFest. I am so excited for the next few days. I hope you guys are too. I will see you back here at the day stage right after this. I was on AdultSwim.com tonight,
I am
and
back again.
I was on developers meeting,
Coronavirus.
and
Title
they
says chat
freaking
roulette.
loved the show,
What happened?
and I won the cash
Spoiler
prize,
alert, he got raped.
and I might be getting a show on Adult Swim. You can't shackle the wizard. You can't shackle the wizard. You can't shackle the wizard! Ah! You can't shackle me, Twitch. I'll go right to D Live, motherfuckers. And you don't want that.
What did you say, Carl? Carl! Do we need that third strike?
No.
Yeah. So what the fuck did you say, Carl? What did you say?
IDK, but Tyler as me is phenomenally funny.
First of the month.
Woo!
I wonder if Ruby will expose the fling with skin bones like Jada Pinkett.
Ow, 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 ow!
Harry S. Hairy hair. Relinquos bes LOL. Your mom s back door.
Come on.
Hello, flamboyant Carl.
Who's scared right now? Coffee, decaf, hot tea, and hot chocolate.
What? Like a pelican?
Eat it like a pelican, Carl. Like a pelican.
Like a pelican. That's not a pelican.
Oh my god.
But he's chewing though.
Yeah, he's chewing. You guys have seen the guy who like inhales and spits out the hot dog.
You're drunk. Non-maths mass. The shackle signal was shining in the black ass night. That's Nutty Bar. That's Nutty McNutty Bar right there. What you just said. That was Nutty McNutty Bar, silly style. What you just said right there, chum chummery. Like, alert the town crier. Send out the word. Our boy Twistar has an event on the 23rd. Spinning the most merry bardic music you've ever heard. I've got an itching to dance so hard that it's becoming a scar. Twistar's about to have the merriest jig in this land of ours. Sounds from afar like the sound of a loud car in the shroud of the Avatar. Party so hard that we fucking reach up and touch the sky like hand of stars. We ran out of the fucking catering. We'll have to resort to cans and jars. At least that's the plan so far. Little Ali. Welcome to the Cackle Citadel.